Buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Bienvenidos a este casino del tío Salo, donde por supuesto vamos a estar como degenerados analizando los precios de todo. Pero antes vamos a platicar rapidísimo de algo que tienes que saber de cripto. Algo completamente redundante, algo que ustedes, la gran mayoría, me han escuchado decir y que han visto por un rato. Pero creo que es importante poder entenderlo del contexto de por qué tiene que ver con cuánto dinero nos va a hacer, ¿no? Eso es lo importante. Ahorita vamos a entrar en ello. La otra cosa, quiero decirles antes a todos ustedes, hoy hay un día de anuncio estúpido de la bolsa que no tiene absolutamente nada de relevancia en el mundo, solamente es para poder seguir con la psicología de todo el mundo cayendo en las mismas pendejadas de siempre, ¿no? Recuerden, datos de gobierno te quieren decir, hay mucha inflación, hay poca inflación, para mantener las expectativas más o menos lo mismo. No sirve de nada más, no te va a dar una ventaja o no. Y la razón por la que lo digo es porque ahorita que vas a tener eso, vas a tener un movimiento, me parece que debería de ser algo agresivo en, en todo, en general. Pero no es un evento que va a cambiarte la vida para nada. Sabemos exactamente a dónde va este pedo, ¿no? Y el pedo a dónde va, por si te lo preguntas, es sencillo. Están pretendiendo que hay inflación. Las empresas más grandes del planeta han comprado absolutamente todo, hasta tus youtubers favoritos, aunque no lo creas. Tal vez en español no tanto. En Estados Unidos, todo youtuber ha sido comprado su canal por fondos gigantescos y no pueden decirle a nadie. Eso es parte de cuando llegan. A mí me intentaron comprar en el 2019. Me ofrecieron una lana por mis dos canales y les dije que no, porque el pedo grande de eso, tienes que seguir trabajando. Y después, y esto nunca lo asocié con ello, grupo individual de personas me intentaron comprar también los canales, pero tenía yo que darles como la transición a ellos y eso me haría volver a trabajar en eso, entonces también los mandé a freír espárragos. Pero una gran cantidad de todo está comprado por ellos. ¿Por qué es relevante esto? Porque, tíos, es como el ejemplo que les di con Tesla, donde estás viendo que Elon Musk está subiendo los precios del Cybertruck con una tercera parte de la demanda completamente fuera. Eso quiere decir que si no estás vendiendo un producto, lo estás vendiendo 33% menos que el año pasado, ¿por qué le subirías de precio? No, güey, es que para no perder en los márgenes, pero si no lo están comprando. Eso está pasando en todos lados, eso es lo que están haciendo con todo, eso es lo que literalmente están haciendo con la comida, es lo que están haciendo con todo. Las mismas empresas que están haciendo eso son las que están dándote esta inflación que no existe. La inflación viene cuando el consumidor tiene todo el dinero del planeta en sus manos. Y lo único que están haciendo ahorita es invitar a todo el mundo a que perder la esperanza de que esto va a cambiar para que se puedan endeudar más con intereses muy altos. Eso es todo el punto de esto. ¿Ok? Eso es literalmente todo el punto de esto, para que lo entiendan. Entonces, en este anuncio, la idea es poder mantener este sube y baja en su mente, en la mente de las personas que siguen estas estupideces, eh, fresco, y para que sigan pendientes de todo el siguiente anuncio que sigue como si fuera importante. Nada de esto importa. No los veo yo y ahí voy. La otra cosa que quiero decir es, porque hay ese anuncio, hay muchos de ustedes que están muy emocionados, hay muchos de ustedes, estoy muy orgulloso de ustedes por lo que han hecho, están muy contentos, etcétera. Porque obviamente estamos en buenas ganancias, no voy a decir tremendas, buenas, 50, 70% en algunas cosas, 40% en otras, nada mal en unos meses. Y quiero decirles a todos, me mandan mensajes y veo simplemente para ver como lo que están pensando. Y hay muchos de ustedes que están, güey, ¿crees que suba más? ¿Crees que vamos para abajo antes? Si estás preocupado y necesitas el dinero antes, tío, llévate tus ganancias ahorita y tal vez tengas otra oportunidad para entrar otra vez o puedas reentrar de otra forma. Pero si ya tienes ganancias y esto te cambia la vida, ¿no? O te da algo que necesitas, no dejes que la avaricia te lleve. Tienes ahorita el dinero en positivo, en muy positivo. Entonces, solamente tenlo en mente, porque si no te empiezas a estresar y te empiezas a amargar y luego vas a venir a mentar madre solamente porque estás haciendo algo mal pensado. Yo estoy aquí para largo plazo. Si esto me dura un año, 2 años, 3 años, 4 años, chingón, no me importa. Pero si no me va a cambiar la vida. Si esto a ti te importa ya y estabas pensando, güey, lo voy a sacar a fin de año tenía que ser esto, estás de ese lado, güey, ¿no? Qué más te da si tiene que ser 20% más, 15% más? Estás bastante bien parado en este momento. Solamente diciendo eso. Y para todos los que estén jugando esto. De acuerdo a lo que yo pienso, que lo que más uso es como la psicología de dónde está todo el mundo parado y lo mal parado. Porque si de verdad, ahorita, por ejemplo, Bitcoin no puede pasar de los 81 y cacho, o lo que sea, ¿no? Y todo el mundo está haciendo memes de que hay gente haciendo cortos y haciendo longs y se están peleando por la liquidez. Tienes que literalmente tener los ojos cerrados para no darte cuenta que este mercado no se mueve con la gente, con tus longs, con tus shorts, ¿ok? Va simplemente a hacer lo peor que le puede hacer a todo el mundo. Por eso nos preparamos y nos metimos y compramos cuando compramos, porque lo peor que le pudo hacer a todo el mundo fue darles el ciclo de 4 años paso a paso, a paso, a paso, para después quitárselos. Es lo peor que les pudo haber hecho y se los hizo. Y cuando la mayor cantidad de gente está esperando precios más bajos, subió. ¿Eso qué quiere decir? ¿Que la mayor cantidad de ustedes hizo longs? No, es que no están metidos. Eso te dice que el mercado es completamente de mentiras. ¿Y por qué lo digo? La psicología de esto ahorita, y solamente llegando rápido y después lo analizamos en la tabla, la psicología de esto lo que dice es, hay muchísima gente ahorita, porque Bitcoin no ha pasado el último alto, que mucha gente está diciendo, yo voy a usar el último alto como mi invalidación. Si llega a subir más de eso, me salgo de mi corto o me liquida el corto. El hecho de que esté aquí tan cerca de ese número no es casualidad. Es porque están invitando a todo aquel que quiera hacer un corto a meterse en el club de los cortos. ¿Y qué es lo que va a hacer esta chingadera? Muy probablemente irse a 84, 85, 86 hasta 87 y de ahí caer a donde estas personas estaban pensando. Tal vez no al nuevo fondo, yo diría que probablemente por ahí de los 70. No va a ser tan buena la entrada como todo el mundo está esperando en este momento. Es lo que yo pienso, ¿no? Puede estar mal, güey, me da igual. De todas maneras, yo ya compré, estoy contento y no me importa lo que pase. Simplemente para que tengas eso en mente, ¿no? De lo que pueda pasar y que no te gane ni la avaricia ni tampoco el miedo, porque a fin de cuentas esto es un plan a largo plazo. Y la otra cosa es, esto va amarrado completamente a la teoría de la deuda y del ciclo económico. Hemos visto y lo que hemos estado analizando para todos ustedes que no comprendan por qué vemos esto, porque muchos dicen, güey, puede pasar lo que sea, puede subir o puede bajar. Sí, pero no. La razón por la que este ciclo y por la que antes de invertir en esto les dije, este es el superciclo, ¿no? Fui uno de los pocos pendejos que les dijo, aquí sí hay un superciclo, pero no es ahorita, cuando empezaron a cantárselos. Fue simplemente porque están extendiendo el ciclo monetario, de política monetaria, donde no están subiendo intereses. Les están diciendo que los van a subir y que van a continuar subiendo y etcétera, pero no están subiendo intereses como todo el tiempo, lo que alarga el ciclo, lo que hace esto más corto, ese mercado bajista, entre comillas, y empuja todavía más para arriba estos precios. Y la razón por qué, en mi opinión, es porque estamos exactamente viendo lo mismo que ocurrió en el mercado de deuda en el 2006, 7, 8, 9. Y simplemente, probablemente, el próximo movimiento con los intereses va a ser que va a bajar, porque también yo había dicho antes, de acuerdo a la psicología de lo que está jugando, lo que tienen que hacer ahora es convencer a todos ustedes de que van a subir los intereses. Recuerden que todos ustedes estaban convencidos, y esto es lo difícil de poder decir esto, porque todos los inputs que te dan diario y el estar en redes todo el tiempo y el estar escuchando pendejadas económicas todo el tiempo, no te deja acordarte de nada. Pero todos ustedes estaban del lado de que iban a bajar los intereses este año. Todos, al principio del año. Todos. Todos. Y ya los volvieron de lado de que van a subir los intereses. De nuevo, ante nada de demanda. Simplemente porque las empresas más grandes del planeta, que son financiadas y fondeadas por literalmente el grupo que imprime dinero, están subiendo precios de todo porque quieren. Porque se les hinchan los huevos. Otra vez, ¿por qué Elon Musk está subiendo el precio a su camionetita de mierda que no está vendiendo? Que la amo y es el mejor coche que he tenido. ¿Pero por qué? No tiene sentido alguno, porque no tiene sentido alguno. Simplemente les están vendiendo estas ideas a todos ustedes y las justifican o es que hay inflación. Están imprimiendo más dinero y por ende hay inflación, pero ninguno de ustedes tiene más dinero. ¿Ok? Entonces ya llegamos ahí. Por eso cripto tiene que continuar corriendo, por eso la bolsa tiene que continuar corriendo, porque a fin de cuentas lo que hacen estas subidas y bajadas son para inflarse más ellos y por eso lo estamos tomando nosotros. ¿Ok? Eh, Antes de entrar en los puntos tontos que les quería presentar, se me hace muy divertido. Tengo que decir, eh, he estado usando inteligencia artificial últimamente y quiero, para todos ustedes, la inteligencia artificial es brutal, al punto donde está ahorita para nosotros, lo que estamos usando nosotros. Es brutal. Yo pienso que esta mamada ya en sí tiene un tipo de conciencia como la nuestra. Ayer estaba platicando con, con ChatGPT, honestamente, y puta madre, me sacó un pedo así de, esto te lo contestaría un pensador, ¿no? Grande. Y yo sé que es a lo que se dedican y que te pueden engañar en ese tipo, pero me impresionó. Y algo que estaba discutiendo con Belén, porque le contesto y me dice, sí, güey, a mí la neta me espanta, la gente no piensa y ahora van a pensar menos. Le digo, no es cierto, ¿eh? No creo. La gente que no piensa va a continuar no pensando. Nunca, la gente que no piensa nunca iba a empezar a pensar. ¿Me entienden? Si eres de las personas que simplemente ve las noticias y se cree las noticias, siempre te vas a creer las noticias, vas a usar ChatGPT como tal cual. Les voy a dar un ejemplo pendejo. Trabajé con alguien por mucho tiempo que su única chamba, ¿no? Porque fue a una escuela súper prestigiosa. Esto fue en mis días de ser productor. Este güey fue a una escuela súper prestigiosa y la verga. Y le acabé dando chamba yo en el 2008 porque pues, no había chambas, güey, ¿no? Y fue, pues vamos a ver cómo le va a este güey. Y este güey a lo que se dedicaba era hacer presentación, o sea, las presentaciones que yo quería que ponía en un PDF, él las hacía hermosas. Pero en cuanto te salías de eso y el güey iba a una junta, güey, era como escuchar a la persona más pendeja del cuarto dar su opinión, ¿no? Pero, güey, fue a la escuela y cree que él sabe porque hacía las presentaciones más bonitas de todas. Ese güey va a poder hacer presentaciones de no mames, pero finas, usando inteligencia artificial. Va a poder crear algo nuevo, va a poder salirse de lo que no, nunca. Pero, güey, la habilidad que va a tener para crear estas presentaciones va a ser hermoso. Va a seguir siendo un pendejo, ¿no? Pero van a ser hermosas sus presentaciones. Para las personas que son más pensantes y pueden crear cosas, esta madre no tiene límites. Para mí el problema grande es, porque ponte tú, he estado a tiempo muy tranquilo creando un curso de marketing para la gente, pero no lo he acabado, y honestamente no lo he acabado, por dos razones. Porque inteligencia artificial puede literalmente ayudarte muchísimo ya estos días. Entonces digo, puta madre, de repente me meto y sigo y continúo poniendo cosas y la chingada. Y la otra es, estamos en un punto donde, en marketing, donde alguien que de verdad sabe marketing no puede ser distinguido por la gran mayoría porque la gran mayoría cree que ellos saben. Y esto es lo que pasa todo el tiempo con lo que yo hacía, ¿no? En mis chambas en marketing. Cuando iba con la gente y les decía, güey, esto es lo que tenemos que hacer. Y es de, no, déjame, te doy una idea. El contador, el CFO, todos, no, déjame, yo te digo qué es lo que tienes que hacer, porque aparentemente todo el mundo puede opinar en marketing, pero güey, Dios te bendiga si opinas algo de cómo hacer algo en finanzas o algo, meterte en otro rubro, ¿no? Todo eso combinado. Y yo siento que marketing de esa forma no lo hay. Pero la razón por la que les digo esto es, yo podría crear ahorita mismo una aplicación tremenda, paso a paso, ¿no? Un app donde tú tengas tus páginas de, ¿cómo se dice? De redes sociales junto con la de tu negocio y todo esto, basado en mis principios, basado en cómo yo lo veo y cómo lo usaría y qué es lo que yo haría primero para poder crear la mejor cantidad de impresiones sobre tu negocio que después se transformen en ventas en vez de la generalidad que existe en este momento. Y luego pienso, pero güey, ChatGPT va a poder hacer esto en 2 meses o en un mes o probablemente ya lo hace con un servicio de no sé qué. Y te quita como las ganas, ¿no? De intentar hacer esto. Y yo digo, ¿a qué punto? Porque ¿qué es lo que puede crear una persona individual en esto? Que sea diferente. No quiero crear productos porque crear productos a fin de cuentas, les digo, ¿no? Todos los restaurantes van a ser Taco Bell. Entonces no me interesa crear un producto y sobre todo menos en este ámbito tan estúpido en el que estamos, en esta economía tan tonta en la que estamos. Pero me encantaría crear procesos digitales, sistemas digitales. Pero siento que esto todo el mundo lo puede hacer. ¿Ustedes eh, dónde se paran en ese tema? Porque ¿qué puedes crear que no pueda crear? Por ejemplo, Willy Rex, había creado una aplicación donde la gente, y no he checado cómo va, si sigue o no, donde la gente crearía sus miniaturas para videos de YouTube, ¿no? Genio. Pero después YouTube sacó eso. Entonces no sé si ya, o sea, si ya no vale la pena el negocio porque YouTube mismo sacó eso. Y también les voy a decir esto, he usado una vez la creación de miniaturas de acuerdo a lo que te recomienda YouTube y títulos alternativos, es una mierda. Comparado con lo que puedes hacer si sabes lo que estás haciendo, es una mierda todavía, no puede. Porque no conoce a tu audiencia, no te conoce a ti. Todavía el juego psicológico de lo que está usando YouTube no está a la altura. A mi punto de vista, si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, güey, te va a ayudar probablemente, que es a lo que me refiero. La inteligencia artificial va a jugar contigo de acuerdo al nivel al que estés. Si eres el güey que hace presentaciones de no mames y crees que aportas un chingo a la empresa, pero solamente haces presentaciones, eso es lo que te va a dar de vuelta de no mames. Si eres el güey, el estratega, el creador, el visionario de esa empresa, vas a poder crear cosas completamente ridículas. La cosa es, ¿van a valer la pena? Total, da igual. Y esto viene de la mano porque estamos en un punto interesante. Y aquí es donde voy a meterlos en cripto y tienes que saber esto de cripto. Donde inteligencia artificial y ponte tu Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, están peleando más o menos en el mismo segmento, ¿no? Son cosas que viven en servidores que chupan un chingo de energía, que están regadas por todos lados, ¿no? Si quieres verlo descentralizadas o centralizadas bajo las reglas de cripto, porque todos estos centros de datos son de OpenAI o son de Meta o se están colaborando entre ellos, la chingada. Un poco como lo de Bitcoin, ¿no? Que todo el mundo cree que es completamente independiente, descentralizado, pero le pertenecen todos los mineros grandes a BlackRock, ¿no? Es una locura. Estas dos cosas que son diferentes están peleando por los mismos, es el mismo estilo de recurso. Y llegamos a un punto, para que entiendan esto también tengo que darles un poco de contexto. Yo personalmente sé que no estamos desarrollando inteligencia artificial a la velocidad que ustedes creen. Yo creo que el producto que nos están dando a nosotros ha evolucionado al punto que lo estamos viendo, pero yo personalmente creo que ya tenemos inteligencia artificial general, la más inteligente de todas, y yo pienso que esa es la que está destruyendo el planeta. Así, se los he dicho varias veces antes, ¿no? Pero es lo que está haciendo. Y lo está haciendo de una forma que lo hace ver como si todas estas personas que tienen mucho dinero lo estén haciendo, pero yo creo que es ella, a fin de cuentas. Eh, y podemos llegar a eso en otro video, es irrelevante en este momento. Pero ya, o sea, esta madre ya salió de acá, está usando a todas estas personas que quieren dinero y que quieren esto y que les está prometiendo ciertas cosas, ¿no? Y es a fin de cuentas la eliminación de todo poco a poco, porque acuérdate, la inteligencia artificial no existe en el tiempo. Se puede esperar 39,000 años y se puede esperar un segundo y es lo mismo para ella. Ese es el problema que nos cuesta también a nosotros entender. En este contexto, entrando con ello, a lo que quiero llegar con esto es, van a haber varias cosas que van a cambiar en cripto. Porque, güey, es la cosa más hackeable del planeta, ¿no? Sobre todo ya pensando cuando estos modelos se vuelvan aún todavía más chonchos de lo que son y alguien se le salga algo de las manos, ¿no? Olvídate de tu amenaza quantum. Estos modelos tal cual van a poder destruirte y hacer lo que quieran, ¿no? Con nosotros. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Aquí hay dos cosas que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes, que lo hemos platicado antes. Y aquí quiero también que sepan, ¿no? Porque se oye algo negativo, no es optimista, es muy negativo, ¿no? Y acá es esto, que el SEC está mandando una propuesta para cambiar y modernizar las reglas de custodia de cripto. Esa es la primera cosa que vamos a analizar, ¿ok? Y esto es algo que había platicado yo con ustedes desde el 2022 cuando viajé a Andorra y tuve el placer de platicar con todos estos banqueros. Lo que ellos quieren quitarte es la capacidad de poder sacar tu dinero del banco y tenerlo tú mismo. Piénsalo ahorita tal cual como no te dejan sacar cierta cantidad de dinero. Lo que están haciendo aquí es te están haciendo pensar que algo positivo va a entrar para ellos poder siempre tener custodia del dinero. En mi opinión, es lo mejor que podemos hacer. Sé que suena de la verga. Esto tiene que ver con control de todo tu capital y de todo tu dinero, que ya lo tienen de por sí. Sé que había apareció la alternativa que te dijeron que era la que te iba a salvar de todo esto. Y esto va a tener que ver con el futuro de cripto, por eso tienes que entenderlo. Pero esto a fin de cuentas va a causar un conflicto de regulación, donde no es un conflicto, pero algo van a tener que hacer para que tú personalmente pienses que va a valer la pena más tener tu dinero en la cuenta de banco que tenerlo fuera. Y tiene razón a cierto punto. Ahorita para tener carteras de cripto, a cualquier cabrón le roban todo con un phishing attack. Eso es cuando te mandan un enlace o te metes, ponte tú una página porno y le picas a un enlace que no debiste haberle picado y te vacían todas tus cuentas, güey. Todas. Y esto es un peligro que tiene todo el mundo en este momento al custodiar su propio dinero en cripto. Y yo creo que eso solamente se va a volver peor, sobre todo con la IA. Están viendo ahorita lo de los ataques a las carteras frías y la chingada. Yo creo que eso se va a poner mucho peor. Y es a propósito, no crean que no. Para que a fin de cuentas tú eres el que le pida de por favor a papi gobierno, al papi banco que proteja tus criptos. Pero la realidad de esto es, el banco tiene que tener tu dinero depositado en su banco para ellos poder usar tu dinero y multiplicarlo por una cantidad pendeja y poder literalmente jugar al juego pendejo que siempre están jugando. Si entiendes cómo funciona los bancos, bien, es muy importante. Y la otra, aquí arriba, y esta es otra también que habíamos platicado antes. Florida se convierte el primer estado en bloquear el dinero que te están dando en cash para que te lo gastes en tatuajes, para que no te lo gastes en tatuajes, para que no te lo gastes en Disneylandia, ponte tú, para que no te lo gastes en videojuegos, para que no te lo gastes en cigarros y otras cosas que no son esenciales para ti. Ahora, esto es a lo que vamos a llegar a fin de cuentas, ¿no? De Elon Musk, todo el mundo va a estar desempleado y te van a decir, güey, puedes comprar con tu dinero que te va a dar Elon Musk, ¿no? Con el salario básico universal. Te van a decir que solamente puedes comprar un Tesla, solamente puedes comprar un Ford, solamente puedes comprar este coche y solamente puedes pagarlo mensualmente, no es tuyo. Y así es como lo van a hacer. Solamente puedes ir a comprar comida a estos. Por eso les digo que todos va a ser un Taco Bell. A fin de cuentas, todos estos negocios van a sacar a todos nosotros de los negocios, ¿no? Y hay mucha gente que se emputó cuando compartí esto ayer. Que porque es que esto se trata de control, brother. Sí, güey. Pero tienen control sobre todo ya. No me voy a poner de malas. Ya nos tienen a todos bien abrochaditos. Eso ya pasó. No hay nada que podamos hacer. Y más porque no trabajamos juntos entre todos los seres humanos. Somos muy pendejos. Entonces da igual. Da igual. Ya nos tienen atorados la verga. Lo único que puedes hacer tú para no caer en ese control, tener la mayor cantidad de pasaportes posibles. Yo sé, suena de la verga y muy pocos van a poder hacer eso. Y la segunda cosa es tener dinero. Tener dinero y saber usarlo de la mejor forma y ya. Es lo único que puedes usar en esto. No hay forma de salirte de esto. Punto. No vas a poder tener un negocio, no van a poder hacer nada. No solamente se trata de Elon Musk haciendo más dinero, no solamente se trata de Jeff Bezos, es más control. Sí, perfecto, da igual. Y es por eso que les digo que una IA ya está aquí controlando todo el planeta. Porque estas no son decisiones de humanos. Los humanos no somos tan inteligentes en mi punto de verlo. O puede ser que los creadores de la realidad estén aquí haciendo eso, también podría ser, pero a fin de cuentas deberían de ser IAs. Luego platicaremos de eso, aunque se los he puesto en cosas. Esto es a donde va cripto. Ahora, para que todo esto se vea bien, porque esto es una mierda. Si lo piensan y solamente lo escuchan así, esto es una mierda, ¿no? Que, güey, cripto es solamente para poder cogernos y la verga. Pero ¿se acuerdan lo emocionados que estaban estábamos cuando Bitcoin iba a salvarnos y nos iba a sacar del sistema y todo eso? Y después se convirtió en, papi gobierno, por favor, compra nuestro cripto. Esto quiere decir que cripto va a continuar subiendo. ¿Cuál es la manera más fácil de hacer que todo el mundo se olvide de todo? Dales en uno de sus pecados capitales y uno de ellos, el más fácil para hacernos a nosotros caer en algo, es avaricia. Entonces, llénenlos de avaricia y es como va a continuar funcionando este pedo. Y por eso cripto va a continuar subiendo, por eso estamos ante un superciclo, por eso se los dije ya hace un rato que probablemente íbamos a ver un superciclo ahorita, y les digo y confirmo con lo que yo les había contado antes, yo no creo que esto dure 4 años más, yo no creo que es un ciclo de esos. Yo les había dicho que probablemente lo que vamos a ver aquí, uno de mis escenarios, porque son escenarios, y a fin de cuentas tienes que ir viendo cuál es el que juega, y este es el que está jugando hasta ahorita, donde hasta que cambien lo de los intereses, que lo flipeen y te digan, van a bajar los intereses y todos ustedes vean eso como muy alcista, ese probablemente vaya a ser el momento de salida. ¿Me entienden? Porque ahí sí van a bajar los intereses. ¿Por qué van a bajar los intereses? ¿No? Como dice todo el mundo, solamente están jugando a atinarle a algo. La razón por la que hasta ahorita va jugando esto, de acuerdo a todo lo que les he dicho, es porque hay una ley que pasó que dice que en enero del 2027 la deuda de Estados Unidos se va a volver algo que todo el mundo va a tener que comprar y meterse hasta por el ano. Es por eso. Si no entiendes eso, hay mucha gente todavía que no entiende cómo funciona la dinámica de la deuda en sí misma y tampoco la de las criptomonedas. Pónganse a estudiar. No les todos mis videos se tratan de eso. Si no te lo puedo explicar yo, ve a buscar a alguien que lo pueda explicar bien, no un retrasado mental como yo. Yo no fui a la escuela, no entiendo estos términos, probablemente como a ustedes se los cuentan en la escuela, etcétera. Pero les voy a decir esto, la mayor cantidad de gente que sale de la escuela de economista no entiende cómo funciona la deuda, que es la cosa más pendeja del planeta, pero tiene que haber alguien que lo pueda explicar bien y bastante sencillo. Es muy importante que lo entiendas porque eso es todo. Todo lo que estás viendo aquí viene de eso. Todo el juego que están cambiando, porque lo que estás viendo es un cambio de sistema financiero global. Es lo que estás literalmente entrando en y te cuentan que es por esta monedita y por esta otra monedita. No tiene nada que ver. Lo único que están haciendo es metiendo cripto, todos los dólares y la deuda a cripto y ya. ¿Para qué? Para poder rastrear el último centavo, cobrarte hasta el último centavo de impuestos para poder controlar dónde te gastas todo tu dinero, que si sales, que si eres creador de contenido, estás creando contenido en otro país y te paga ese país, te lo puedan quitar, para poder tener todo firme, bien agarradito y no te pases de verga, carnal. Los mexicanos entendemos eso, somos unos pasados de verga, ¿no? Intentamos aprovechar la mayor oportunidad posible en todo esto. No va a haber más de eso. Te van a poder oler hasta el culo, cabrón. Punto. Es todo lo que es. Eh, y mientras hacen todo eso, y esto se ve peor y peor, porque es lo que han hecho, hacen que el precio siga subiendo. Y además, sobre todo, porque va amarrado de todo el dinero entrando a esta chingadera. Entonces, para que nadie se dé cuenta, van a tener que seguir pompeando esta chingadera. Simplemente eso. Simplemente eso, carnales. Nada más. No hay nada más que decirles. ¿Ok? Si quieren una explicación, algo más en detalle de lo de la deuda, está aquí en el Discord. Les había puesto lo que estamos viendo porque es el 2023 otra vez. Y aquí viene todo lo de los bonos. Si no entiendes lo de los bonos, búscalo, güey. En serio. De corazón. No lo puedo explicar más fácil yo. Pero para que lo entiendas, porque es lo que está ocurriendo y todo el mundo cree que es una puta coincidencia o algo así, no lo es. Esto es algo que se vio venir. Entonces, dense una vuelta. Está a punto de hablar este pendejo ahorita. Al Discord es completamente gratis. Está el enlace aquí abajo. Entonces, ahorita probablemente vayamos a ver movimientos deliciosos del mercado en lo que vamos a estar analizando todo esto. También acá tienen los análisis de Farhan, que les mandé un excelente long que llegó al Take Profit 1 ya. Solamente para que vean, puede que haya una oportunidad de agregar a esto ahorita, de acuerdo a lo que les estaba contando. Y al final de sus análisis, como siempre, yo les voy a contar el mío para que lo tengan. También tienen acá los de Alex, que está un poco encima de esto ahora, ¿no? Viendo dónde va a haber la siguiente oportunidad para continuar la subida. Y aquí abajo en Criptolingo, a la izquierda, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo. Tienes todo lo que están escribiendo ellos en abreviaciones para que lo puedas entender mejor. Si no lo entiendes mejor, tío, aquí está toda la guía rápida de Lead Trading Academy para cualquier cosa. Si quieres, güey, yo solamente quiero aprender a tradear, quiero aprender a leer gráficos, ¿qué es lo que hago? Esto. Quiero aprender a ser trader, güey, ¿qué es lo que hago? Esto y sigue estos pasos o pasos. Estos son nuestros horarios, etcétera. Preguntas frecuentes de todo lo que tenemos, pero aquí está todo eso. Si quieres aprender a leer gráficos, que creo que conviene bastante en en este entorno donde literalmente todo, no sé si se han dado cuenta, pero todos son apuestas ya, todo es esto. Eh, es el mejor momento de poder darte una ventaja sobre todos. Todos ustedes creen que la inteligencia artificial va a venir y hacer trades por todos ustedes, pero les voy a decir esto de corazón. Si todos ustedes están siendo recomendados por la IA en comprar en cierto precio y vender a cierto precio, eso nunca va a pasar. Si ahorita los market makers, ¿no? Te metes a un exchange y tú pones yo me salgo si esto pasa. Binance lo está leyendo y diciendo, güey, lo único que tengo que hacer es subir el precio acá para sacar a toda esta gente, ¡pup! Y sube el precio. ¿Qué crees que van a hacer con la inteligencia artificial? Necesitas tú mismo poder leer un puto gráfico y también poder entender cuándo ver un gráfico, entender si estás en un tope y te están haciendo ver con una zanahoria que viene algo más alcista todavía, poder salirte. Es lo que me ha ayudado a mí a diferenciarme del mi pasado, no voy a decir de todos los demás, del mi pasado, donde compro esos fonditos, vendo esos topecitos. No perfectamente, no el pico ni tampoco el fondo, a veces es casualidad que sí, pero es lo que me ha ayudado. Una combinación de poder leer una tabla. Si estás invirtiendo sin apalancarte, que es lo más fácil del planeta, lo han visto aquí por años ya, y simplemente leer una tabla y entender esta psicología es lo que te va a cambiar todo. Y para leer tablas, lo único que tenemos acá es ese curso divino, tío, divino, de Zero a Trader. Este es un curso para principiantes. Güey, no sé ni cómo, qué puto programa estás usando acá. Todo te lo ponemos ahí, pero para principiantes, como yo quise aprender. Y cuesta $29.99. ¿Quieres aprender? Ven acá, ve el puto curso, dura 1 hora 40 minutos, velo 2, 3 veces y ven estos en vivos y ve todo lo que decimos. Y si entiendes eso, ya estás del otro lado, tío, no necesitas más. Y puedes ir a cualquier otro lado a aprender más profundamente y todo esto. Pero necesitas más profundamente análisis. A mi gusto, no. Lo pueden ver lo simple que es mis análisis, ¿no? De por qué vendí Tesla, porque había el volumen y luego estaban las Elliott Waves y luego estaban mis huevos. Nel, güey. Leo una tabla básica, veo cómo todo el mundo está volviéndose loco, que va a continuar para arriba y tiene que, y no hay manera de que falle, me voy a salir. Veo la tabla de Bitcoin que está en el piso y todo el mundo me está diciendo, va a bajar más. Yo ya vi esa película, fui parte de ella y fui el personaje principal de cagarla, entonces no la voy a cagar otra vez, voy a comprar ese Bitcoin. Y es como puedes hacer esto de la forma más sencilla. Si tienes dudas de esto, después de que lo viste y ves los en vivos que son gratis, lo que te diría es, búscalo en Google, güey. Deberías de entenderlo. Si eso no te lo explica, tenemos acá estos paquetes, los de sesiones de trading en vivo. Tenemos clase el próximo jueves para ellos. Una clase el jueves de 4 horas exclusivamente solamente para ver técnica de algo que no entendiste. Güey, no entendí por qué pones esto acá. Además, hay 160 horas de clases ya ahí guardadas y además hay videos extras donde te enseñamos cómo usar apalancamiento, cómo pongo yo mis líneas meme y pendejadas así. Y además puedes entrar a estos chats en vivo a preguntar cualquier cosa, ¿no? Güey, como toda la gente que está aquí preguntando, ¿podemos ver esto? Es de aquí de donde sale, ¿ok? En nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Antes de irnos para adelante, también que sepan, si ya sabes todo esto y ya estás del otro lado y quieres simplemente tradear con nosotros, ven en Tutos, tienes cómo tradear en BLOFIN. Y aquí en cómo tradear en BLOFIN te enseño en un video de 15 minutos, cabrón, cómo vergas usar un exchange de futuros, donde puedes ser longs, shorts, puedes invertir en criptos, puedes invertir en empresas usando apalancamiento y todas esas cosas. Si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no te metas aquí. Si ya viste todo este pedo y estás armándote, usa el simulador primero. Y ahí te lo recomiendo en todas las partes esas del Discord. Aquí abajo, ahorita voy a regalar $1,600 con BLOFIN. El enlace está en la parte de acá. Solamente vete al BLOFIN con este enlace, te registras y ya con eso es gratis registrarte. Y ya con eso participas. Aquí están todos los premios que estamos dando todos los miércoles, lunes y viernes. Y te pone acá cómo usarlo. Entonces, aquí está todo esto en tutos, en cómo usar BLOFIN. Punto. Y ahora voy a ir a regalar esos $1,600. Continuamos todavía, veo todavía mucha gente, o no está la gente regresando todavía, que eso es bastante bueno y bastante alcista, en mi opinión. Perdón, draw the lottery. Ahí está. Que todavía no está la gente regresando a este punto. Me gusta. Y lo digo porque van a probablemente ver algún ganador repetido, algo así, del miércoles o de hoy mismo, porque no hay mucha gente tradeando todavía. La gente todavía está espantada. Todavía cree que va a regresar y todo esto, entonces no están haciéndolo. Yo ahorita lo que propongo es, si tenemos una subida a los 84, 85, 86, 87, corto. Así es, después de esta subida ahorita. ¿Y cómo? Pero se va a ir hasta dónde? Yo creo que a 70 máximo, 72, si nos va bien. No creo que vaya a ser la caída que todo el mundo está esperando, porque todo el mundo lo está esperando. Lo ven en la psicología de todo el mundo. Todavía, ahora lo que me gusta, una, una cosa bien culera que me gusta es, ya cambiaron, ¿no? De, vas a ver que nos vamos a 45, ya lo cambiaron a 57, 56, 57. Vamos a ver quién se lleva los $200 ahorita. Con BLOFIN y con Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Vamos a verlo rápido. 6-9. Esto empieza bien, ¿eh? 6, 9, 8, 7, 2. Ok, bueno. Uf, 5. Vamos a ver con qué acaba con un 8. Y ese es BX. Me parece que ganaste el miércoles. Así que felicidades. Te llevas hoy otra vez otro premio, mi estimado Vientos. O estimada, ¿no? O estimade. Güey, también. Vámonos con los $400 para hacer $600 en este giveaway. Empieza también con 6-9. Hay algo divertido el día de hoy, entonces. Pasando otro 6-9. Este va a ser mi ganador favorito. Y ahora un 6. Uy. MO. Excelente patito en BLOFIN. Me parece que es tu primera vez ganando. Felicidades, mi estimado. Te llevas $400. ¿Quién se va a llevar los 1000? ¿Quién va a ser el protagonista de los giveaways del día de hoy? 7, 0. Aquí ya no hay un 6-9, ¿eh? Vamos a tener que analizar esto. Vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Buenos números. BX, ¿ves, güey? Te llevaste los 200 y te llevaste los 1000. $1200. Felicidades, cabrón. Y ese es el pedo. Hay muy poca gente tradeando. Se los digo de corazón, todavía. Eso es muy alcista. Eso quiere decir que todavía la gente no está aquí con nosotros, como el señor que está con nosotros. Pero bueno, vamos a empezar a darle nosotros por acá. Good morning, boys. How's the Bitcoin doing?
Buenos dias, cabrones. We're seeing a nice little pullback ski into the full moon coming out. Saw another rejection of $81,000. Now we're coming back to 78s, and if we can hold 78s, then happy days. If not, then probably going to come back down, probably sweeping 75 at that point.
What do you mean? All the shorts will be right then. Everyone just shorting right now definitely got it right. And it was definitely not a short trap right now. So that's amazing. Good news for those guys. I'm excited for them.
And we're
Yeah.
opening Jackson's hole now, so we're seeing what's inside Jackson's hole.
What I'm excited about, we're going to see some movement right now, right? Let's see, Alex, what you got for us.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward on the Bitcoins, really. You can't complain. I mean, since the breakout at 65K, honestly, it's just been a straightforward market. Reclaim daily SMA 200, launch up, and then here you enter into like hashtag chop zone, small little consolidation. Are we concerned here? Are we looking for a pullback now? And where should we be watching maybe going into the weekend? Well, really, we've been talking about the range all week. 76,000 is solid support, leading maybe to move all the way up into that 83, 84K on Bitcoin. Now, I do believe that's very important because at $83,000, you're actually pressing a trend shift. And this has been a big basis of our analysis. At the end of this month, we're really looking for essentially May's wick high to get taken out. That's going to be crucial for bulls to actually do, because in doing so, that'll actually give them potentially a monthly trend shift and be the first signs of a bottoming formation here on Bitcoin. Understand that you've had no confirmation of a bottom on Bitcoin, but that will change in 3 days. So I hope everyone's aware of that. And so far, it's very impressive and on price. Even yesterday or last night, made a new high. But are we able to actually break that 83K. No, and for me, that's still an important factor because what's been kind of guiding us in this chop zone is, well, Bitcoin could definitely get a pullback here. We definitely could go to 76K, but is that more likely? And what we've been noticing is really here's here's an uptrend example: higher high, higher low, higher high. Is this proper to flip short? Is this allowing you to flip short? Is this allowing you to at all enter into an actually high conviction short? No. You have literally no degree or conviction here for shorting uh, based on the idea that, well, trend is still your friend and the daily is in an uptrend. And this is a big thing we were talking about really going into Wednesday's stream here. We were talking about, okay, cool. We're probably going to get a pullback. This top candle, yes, could be an evening star after a move up, but most likely is just a liquidity grab for bulls, a trap on bears. We said if you were shorting, where would your only place of a stop loss be? Right at that wick high. And where would be a really good spot to get expansion? Right off the daily 5. So you can see actually Wednesday that perfectly happened. Thursday, you got the expansion. Friday, you took out the high. Here was your higher high break. And now what's going on? Well, now you can see Bitcoin's going in for a pullback, but are we allowed to get concerned here even on like a daily perspective? No, we're just at the daily EMA 5. That's literally been holding since the breakout back in August 17th when Bitcoin was trading in the 64 to 65K zone. So really, there's still no level of degree to get bearish here. And actually, I'd say it's just grinding out a daily higher low. This was expected after taking out the high. And in my opinion, now we just got to get the monthly trend shift before we actually can move down to 69K. Doesn't really matter here, the temporality of it. It can literally keep chopping for all the way until September. Could do this. But what matters to us is, do we actually get the trend shift or not? That's going to be the key thing, because understand that, of course, is something the most bullish bulls are looking for. That is a scenario that will help them actually, in my opinion, position into September, where if we don't get it, it's okay. But understand you're trading Bitcoin, and Bitcoin's a predatory, honestly, little bitch, really. And the best thing it could do right now is dump, lose 76K. And once you lose 76K is when you enter into the market where you'll most likely get a deep pullback. But is that at all the scenario yet? Lost 76K? No. Daily 5 still holding. And you can even see the dynamics, something we've been watching all week, right? Since Monday, has just been higher lows to higher highs. Are we just producing a higher low? And into next week, maybe in the beginning of September, are we actually going to bust up, make a new high or not? Unsure yet, right? We could top here, but to me, it doesn't really make sense to be calling for that until at minimum you take out that last higher low, which for me right now, I'm running on the August 26th low as the big spot for bulls to defend. If bulls really want to keep pushing up and actually move up into that 84K before moving down, this would be perfectly okay. And actually the most bullish scenario you'd want, then that will mean you can't take out essentially August 26th low. And that's going to be a key thing here moving forward. As we keep pressing down, it's very easy to flip short. All you simply need, and again, it's very easy to flip short here once you get the trigger. And why would that be actually? Why would it be so easy to flip short once we get the trigger? Because I can imagine the decimation, the extinction event for bears the last week, and the idea now that probably a majority of people don't want to short here. So when we do get an easy trigger, most probably aren't going to take it. But remember, that can often be the easiest trades is when the masses aren't taking that. And so for me, it's very easy to flip bear. You will just get a daily trend shift. That's your first key point. Okay, check one. Check the box on one here for criteria one, trend shift daily. Then you'll lose 76K. We can't really forget 76K was a big breakdown zone. That worked out really well in May. You see, you lost 76K, and you even were in a daily downtrend. And that's actually what broke Bitcoin down massively. Keep going. You can see also 76K holds. You can move up. You can move all the way up into the 80s. 76K gets lost. Look at the aggressive 2-day dump that took us all the way down to 62.2. Again, cannot act like Bitcoin. Well, can't dump massively once you lose 76K. In 2 days, it dumped 18%. So we are in a very big spot. This is the spot where you get big moves up or down, and Bitcoin preferably likes to push down once it loses 76K. And not always. Like you'll see here, we lost 76K. It went down about 5% and then got the reclaim. But still, hey, 5% down all the way to 65K was still very impressive. And so that's why it's pretty easy for me to flip bear. I don't want to be flipping bear here though if a simple daily 5 still holding, because that could just be what is fueling the move up to new highs. And then once we actually do get the trend shift, and you can even see Bitcoin is low key kind of doing it now, where once you take out the lower highs, aren't you immediately going in for a higher low? So here took it out. You could argue here too, but immediately came in for a higher low. And then even today, couldn't you argue, we just had taken out that higher high, and now we are immediately going in for a higher low. Something we've actually been really watching that characteristic for the last year and a half, in my opinion. You ever so slightly take the highs or ever so slightly take the lows, and then Bitcoin bounces. And it either will be a lower high or it'll just be the bottom or top. So you could argue that's just all we need on the monthly. Just ever so slightly take it out, get into this zone here, which is a breakdown zone. And most likely there we'll get a major sell-off into 76K. And if that doesn't hold, that's the short trigger to 69. But understand 69K is going to be my big spot now. If you were watching us in the beginning of, well, I guess last week, we were talking about 65K being a big spot for Bitcoin. And it absolutely is a big spot. But something we actually identified on stream is really once Bitcoin gets back above its weekly SMA 200, there's not many opportunities actually where it does a retest. What do I mean by that? Well, like here you see we just reclaimed it, and then did we actually retest it? No, Bitcoin did get a retest of the weekly 5 and 9, but it did not go down to the weekly SMA 200. Okay, interesting point. You can see, and I'm not looking at this because this was chop, and this was downside price action, so not really relevant to my example. You can see you reclaim it, and did price actually retest it? No, it did not. It just simply consolidated off the weekly 5 and or 9 before busting. Interesting. So that's 2 times now. Okay, you didn't lose it here. So, okay, got the consolidation on it. And we know 2019, 2018 was a kind of like an outlier, a little weird when you look at the weekly and bi-weekly. Okay, and you can see here you lose it, you reclaim it. Let's see, actually, when did we reclaim it? We'll be professionals. So you actually reclaimed it in this week. And you could argue it did get the retest. Let me see where it opened. 239. So it actually opened below it. So you could argue it'd be this one right here, this weekly green dildo. But did it get the retest the following week? Nope, just consolidated off 5 and 9 and then broke out. I think that's very relevant because before we were actually looking for the weekly SMA 200 to be the kind of place to do business. That was, the last week and a half. But now what is that telling us? What is the example I just showed most likely telling us? That if Bitcoin is truly bottomed here and we are going to move up, you're probably not going to move down to the weekly SMA 200 because, again, that's just something Bitcoin doesn't like to do. If it's truly bottomed and we're in a bull market, it likes to move down. And what did every example show you? It does at least test the 5 and or the 9. So that's the equivalent of Bitcoin coming down to 72K to 69,000. And that'll be my ranges for September. That's like the Glock 3000 opportunity zone for me, 72,000 to 69,000. I'm not at all really looking at 65, and I'm definitely not looking at Bitcoin to go down to 62 too. I'll even argue if you see Bitcoin lose $69,000, and even more so, let's just say the weekly buy trigger, that's then where I will start being more concerned and more being in bear posturing. And that makes sense, right? Like here you have your daily EMA 100, that's at $69,000. And you can see really the aggressive short rule is activated once Bitcoin does lose daily EMA 100. And it's nice. It's all right in the same zone, $69,000. So let's go back to the daily again, relevant. And so you just hit your daily 5 again. This has literally been the bounce zone every single time, and or your higher low zone. So if the dynamic's going to stay the same, it means that, yeah, Bitcoin's going to higher low right at that daily 5. And then in that case, the higher high break could be right at the 82,200. And notice here how it's just essentially doing what Alejandro mentioned, which is baiting shorts. You can argue this is consolidation up. So most likely when you do reach the trend shift, it probably is going to give you a big dump. But that dump does not at all give bulls at all any kind of worry. If you truly get the trend shift, and I hope you understand, you don't need the trend shift. But what the trend shift will mean for us is that the market just became super simple. You as a bear literally don't even have a thesis anymore. You can't even talk about price divergence. You are now just simply waiting for a higher low. And if you at all get bearish before that, you are going to feel the breakout move essentially. And this always happens in a bear market. We always break from monthly 9, and then we always get far from the monthly 9. This is when majority FOMO into longs or start buying degenerate alts. And then we always get a retest, some chop, and then breakout. And just keeping the idea that higher low, bullish price structure should be forming will keep you in check. Same here. Took out the last lower high. Always comes in for a pullback. Keeping the idea, firstly, this low is not going to get tested. Secondly, the monthly should produce some kind of higher low, would have, well, printed well for you. And we've done this before, showing every example and every cycle how we could really identify if we're bottomed and where to position. And in my opinion, Bitcoin is setting up for September for a move down. But that move down will actually give bulls the upper hand. You don't want a market that just goes up only. If you end up just going to 90 to 100K from here, that means the drop's just going to be bigger. You always get a pullback on Bitcoin. And that's an important thing to understand because many actually start forgetting that idea where you can absolutely get the retest on Bitcoin. Doesn't matter how bullish you are, what's to come, it always gets a retest. And if you're fighting that and you're debating that, then it just means you're too emotional because it always gets a retest. You just have to look at the levels. So now going now to the biweekly, because right, we understand daily's in an uptrend, which we're really just trailing the daily 5. No reason to overcomplicate things. This really does just correlate to like a 2-day uptrend, right? You're just in higher high posturing, and if Bitcoin ends up going down, you're not really allowed to get concerned until $76,000 is taken out. Even the 2-day higher high posturing, if the 2-day goes down, you're looking at a higher low. That's at 76K. Holding. Well, what do you mean, Alex? Weren't you just talking about the daily? Absolutely. That's why if you're going to get bearish on the daily, you'll need the trend shift. That's step 1. Just taking out August 26th low and then losing 76K. So it doesn't really matter if you're talking about daily or 2-day. The criteria is still the same and the spot's still the same. The 2-day is a big spot at 76K. That is the zone that should hold in all realness. And you can see right here, 76K holds, nothing stops price from reaching higher. Like actually, you could argue this is the exact setup that took Bitcoin to that lower high on the monthly. So you could argue here's the exact zone you'd be watching for that same setup to take you up to a monthly trend shift, maybe even hits the 2-day SMA 200 and then dumps. Have we hit the 2-day SMA 200 in this cycle? No. And so that at least tells you even the most aggressive bulls are probably de-risking into 86, 85K. Now, the 2-day SMA 200 is quite interesting to me because this actually was what helped us greatly be able to flip majorly bearish in November. In November, December, January. And that was because your 2-day SMA 200 was very near your monthly 9. And that's the nice part is really the monthly 9 is such a big time frame that once it was lost on Bitcoin, you were able to really gauge if it was going to continue to stay lost just based on that 2-day SMA 200. Like, what do I mean by that? Okay, we lost it here, and then look at the monthly 9. It's at 98, 97, 95K. Let's go to your 2-day. Where was your 2-day SMA 200 when we dumped, right? Here was your monthly downtrend, lost the 9. And then notice how the SMA 200 was right into 98, 100. Yeah, like 98 to 100K. So you knew if Bitcoin closed 2 days above there, the monthly was going to actually sustain the close above the 9. And you can see it did not. And actually, once you lost that is when Bitcoin greatly started to dump. So you could argue that this is a good spot for rejection. You're in between the zone and technically still more likely to get the retest of the 2-day SMA 200. And also, if you get a reclaim of this, bull market's back on. There's never been a time in Bitcoin's history where it gets back above the 2-day SMA 200 and it doesn't go up. I can show you myself really fast. Here you get back above it from wick low up. You still go up about 16%. Did it lose it? No. Did it retest it? No. And did it keep going up? Absolutely. You can see once you lost it in the bear market, it resulted into a 24% dump, where then that got a retest, rejected, and came down massively. Interesting. So in 2022, the first retest rejected, which is something to, know in the back of your mind as we keep looking. Okay, so the blackest of swans here was really off that 2-day SMA 200. And that dumped about 50% before obviously got the reclaim. It held it. Man, I guess that blackest of swans was so hard to position. It actually was not. The 2-day lost, the 2-day dump, the 2-day reclaim, the 2-day held, the 2-day pumped. Man, if only markets were just that simple. Well, they kind of are. Okay, you can see. Now we're in 2018, 2019. So notice you get the reclaim, no retests. But, right, once you get the reclaim, and look at what Bitcoin does, immediately ends up pumping 41%. And then, yes, the blackest of swans took it out. But if you erase that moment, was it a bad spot for bulls to be looking at? No, this is literally what led to the highs and even led the lows, 2 new highs. And then again, yes, you lose it, you dump. So I still stand on what I say. Every time you lose it or reclaim it, Bitcoin dumps or pumps. So if we know that being true, then again, I still think we should respect the monthly trend shift. We should let bulls grind out some bullish price structure here. We shouldn't front run the idea, which is this needs to get reclaimed. 86K needs to really hold for us to pump all the way up to 100K. There's nothing telling me 100K is coming before the pullback. And that's at least good for me because I want to fill my bags. I want to buy Bitcoin. I want to buy more strategy. I want to buy Coinbase. And this is going to allow me to do so. And even if I don't position lower, well, I can FOMO in once I get confirmation. Because again, there's never been a time Bitcoin doesn't pump once it's back above its 2-day SMA 200. So let's just remember this 2-day setup. Let's really focus on that 2-day EMA 100. Something Alejandro mentioned, which is absolutely true, is you could have already been aggressive and been positioned off the EMA 100. You literally have a price structure shift. Bear market really started also once the EMA 100 got lost. And you could have front ran that, got short here, and notice that actually would have given you a generational short opportunity the entire bear market. So front running the 2-day EMA 100 or SMA 200 with the EMA 100 still correlates to what? Well, a pullback, of course, and maybe all the way down to 72K. Interesting. So it's just like what we're mentioning with like the weekly getting a retest potentially of the 5 and 9. So even the daily, even like the daily is confirming a pullback, the 2-day as well. And this still would not unactivate the aggressive rule here. You just don't get confirmation under 86K. But that's not confirmation of a bottom or that the bull market's beginning. It's confirmation of busting Glock 3000 price action. That's all, which is everything we want, hope and aspire to get. Second. Okay. Now, similar to the 2-day, right? This will tell us when we're going to bust. So then the biweekly tells us when we're bottomed, right? That's kind of how I think of it. Daily, 2-day will tell us when we're busting. At least the biweekly, monthly tells us when we're bottomed. And this is something I've talked extensively about. And that's just the biweekly, right? After, and this is important to hear because if you're really contemplating if a bottom's in, the bottom is in 2 days if we can hold the biweekly 9 and 5. Every single time the biweekly has a silver cross to the downside and then gets a reclaim of the 5 and the 9. So silver cross occurs, you reclaim the 5 and the 9 and you retest it. The bottom is in if it continues to hold it. I won't go into extreme detail. That's something you can do yourself. But all week I've been talking about this exact same thing all week, every single stream, and I'll even talk about it now slightly. Silver cross down, reclaim 5 and 9, holds it, bottom was in, never taking out that low at 15K. Silver cross occurred, no new low, 5 and 9 held, did retest, and then the bottom was in, never taking it out. For the haters talking about this move, this was the blackest of black swan events. Really just a black swan. That was COVID. But did it take out the low? Nope. So that still honestly respected the setup. And then here, lastly, we can keep getting more dirty, lower. When I was 14 watching Bitcoin, here we have actually a low, silver cross down, 5 and 9 holds. Did we ever test this low? No, we did not. Okay. And that's it. That's all we have in terms of that. So that's 100% hit rate where you'll never take the bottom out on Bitcoin. And something we actually showed was every single time it does that, it's generally a major opportunity for Bitcoin bulls. Where if you feel like you're someone who will miss the mark, did you miss the mark here? And here, it's going to bother my brain if it's not accurately there. Like, did you miss the mark? Did we miss the mark? No. Like, these are all the best spots to buy Bitcoin, right? Like, after 5 years go by, this is like, wow, these were the best spots to buy for like a 5-year long-term investment. We're talking like generational buy opportunities. Like imagine buying Bitcoin at 22K. Imagine buying Bitcoin at 9K. Imagine buying Bitcoin at like what I don't know what this is, like 600 or maybe 1200 it was. Okay. So that's what's holding my idea. Imagine if into September you get the trend shift, and then all of September you dump, and then into October you actually maybe get the expansion off 69K. I believe that would be the perfect trap for bears, honestly, and that would actually get enough people to flip short. And I guarantee so many people will start talking about it's over right when we touch that cycle high. And that's the psychology, right? You'd expect that. This is a major SR, something you've never really been able to do on Bitcoin ever. And that's SR this on a higher time frame. You were able to get the expansion here. You were able to get a bull market here. But as soon as it came down to retesting, this is when Bitcoin, well, went to shit and came down. So you can get the reasoning right on it never really likes to hold it. Here it didn't hold it. Here it didn't hold it. Will the third time be the charm? We don't know, but in seeing this rejection, that's exactly the spot you'd want to position on Bitcoin. That is like the accurate zone to be looking. And luckily for us, we have legitimate setups. Now, what if we don't go down to 69K? That's why I want to be fully understanding that 72,000 can be the spot and something you are actually watching in this bear market. And I hope everyone's really listening to this. Is something we were watching and really identified in this bear market was Bitcoin on the monthly would put in very shallow retests. It would lose the 9, reject the 9. It would lose the 21, reject the 21. And I only say that because if we're going to reclaim the 21, the 9, the 34, and the 5, well, if bulls wanted to flex, they'll literally only bounce off the 21. Again, there's many things that I just showed, like the weekly 5 and 9, the monthly 9, the bi-weekly 5 and 9, that always get retested. But I do have to kind of preface and say that the 21 could absolutely get the bounce and maybe even a wick just to the 9. And it just becomes a hindsight trade. If Bitcoin is truly extremely bullish, though, I would expect at least the bounce to the 5. We're getting a retest of all of these, so it's not leaving an inefficiency. It's just like when you reclaim the 21 here in October. You bounce off the 5, and you will notice, come on, puppies, go. You will notice that you didn't actually get the retest of the 21 until like 2 years almost later. Just 1 second, let me get these. Nice. Okay, so that's Bitcoin. Watching really carefully the daily 5. I don't see any reason to get too bearish here. As long as the daily 5 keeps holding, you are going to keep making higher lows off that. You can see already from just the 5 to the current market price, you're already about 1%, which is beautiful. Thank God we're getting 1% moves on such a simple thing, because that's money. That's the money shot, as they say in a certain industry. I don't need to say. Look at the trap. Bears really thought they were going to get 76, and now we're just engulfing. Or not technically, but you know what I mean. We're busting. Oh, look at the hourly. It's like the hourly 100 just been the zone. Look at that. The zone since August 17th, since 63K. Look at wife changing money on that bounce. What do you mean? What do you mean? Well, hourly trade gave you 2%, and full length, though, I mean, it's given you 22% on retest, and then let's measure the other one. 1%. So from high, though, I'll be cheeky with it. 4%. So yeah. And then even now today, it's still giving you a spring, which again just shows you how strong bulls are here. Yeah, 1%. Could argue once the hourly enters into a buy again, you're probably going to fill some of this wick out. Okay. Anything else I want to mention on this Beautiful Friday, because remember, it's going to be a stale, in my opinion, stale market until you either get the trend shift or you lose 76K. The stale market is, take that however you want. I'm looking at that as the party will not begin for bulls until you either get the trend shift or you lose 76K. Why, if you lose 76K? Because that's when you get the retest. That's when you can actually confirm the bottom. And every single time, if it holds the levels I talked about, hashtag the biweekly 5 and 9, that's when the bull market can begin, and we can move up multiples, percentages up, which is a beautiful thing because we want to move up. We want to keep moving up. Okay, so yeah, that's all I really have. Pay attention into next week. We'll have a very beautiful market, and the nice part is even the biweekly is not confirming, and we've seen this and been here before. It'll look like it's going to confirm, and then it won't, and then it'll just it'll tickle us a little bit. It'll touch us a little bit. No diddy. Something like this, maybe a little more contraction, and then maybe you'll get the breakout, maybe even into the new year. I mean, as we've seen, this takes multiple months. Like here was March, maybe it broke out in August. So what is that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna count. Like 5 months. And so that could absolutely take from July, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Yeah, that could take it till December. For sure. Now understand there's actually nothing, literally nothing telling me that's going to be the case. And into September, literally this could start busting. But it's just showing the show, right? This biweekly does take kind of a while. Like every time it takes a while where we get excited, but it always takes months, like July, and then it fired off in November, June, fired off November. Interesting, actually. So June, that's two, where two contracted in June. No, okay, no. July, June, almost. I was about to say that's interesting because here's June. Contracted in June, is it going to fire off in November? Who knows? November, March. So yeah, December, January, February, March. That's still 4 months. But then there's other instances where it can literally be January and January, and you do a little breakout there, a little break ski. So unsure, but still nice. Biweekly is not firing off, so actually there's no FOMO, literally zero FOMO, and that's at least something I'm going to keep presenting to everyone is there's no FOMO. There's absolutely no FOMO. Okay, yeah, that's all I have on the daily on Bitcoin. So watch the daily uptrend. Watch into next week. As long as Bitcoin closes above 69K, the bottom is looking like it's in. It'll be only confirmed once we get the retest. So even the most bullish bulls want a trend shift, a move up, and then a major dump. That'll be the perfect trap. I promise you, bears are shorting this. And so if we do one more fuck you to bears, they're going to be like, oh, I'm just going to buy now. And that's when we're going to get the major move down. And this is going to be when we're all going to position. It doesn't matter if it takes multiple months, as long as 69K holds. This will be the major opportunity zone for Bitcoin that lies ahead, that most likely takes us at least to 100K, if not to a new all-time high. And this really could take you to a new all-time high. You cannot at all act like the last spot that took us to a new all-time high wasn't the cycle high, getting reclaimed. And well, look at what happened after that. Look what happened before it. Ready? Like it was good. It was a nice market, but you were like, still doing some, you were still dancing with her. Dirty dancing, I'll say. Versus once you got the 69,000 reclaim right here, look what occurred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of up only. It's almost a week. Look at how big these green dildos are, how girthy they are. 10%, 4%, 8%. And then you get a closing basis 0.7% move down, leading to a 2.8% move up, to a 3.5% move down. Whoa, that was girthy, but hey, just to the 5. And then that gave you a 4% move, leading to minimal pullbacks. And then from this spot, look at the breakout. It's another 11%. That was 5 days of up only. Okay, chop, cool, and then you just continue to go up. Literally from the cycle high reclaiming, look how fast Bitcoin went up. That's the point I'm trying to bring home. It went up 55% in 44 days. You went up 40% in 100 days. So you understand, it's like it was double the move. It was bigger and it was more logical once you got the cycle high reclaim. So that's kind of like where we're at now, and that's why I gotta watch and respect that. Does not matter if Bitcoin goes up more. I'd actually want it to go up more. I'm betting on that going up more from here. I think it's just gonna actually trap shorts. And really, the best thing that it could do is get the trend shift, in my opinion, before September. That means then all of September we could get a pullback. And how do you think sentiment will be when this candle closes here? And then all of September, it goes down, it goes down, it goes down, and you're almost taking out this entire candle. I mean, I promise you, it's gonna make sentiment not good. And this always happens. So we'll keep going now. Keep going, and we'll keep focused on that. And luckily, I have my breakout criteria, so I don't need to have FOMO on either side. It's either a patience trade or a confirmation trade, really. Doesn't tell me I should be buying the dip here at all, though. Here, because this isn't a dip. Maybe over here. Now, I'm just curious, what's total looking like? So I'd say even total here, if you wanted an expansion first before a pullback, which could happen, you would just want multiple weeks holding the EMA 100. That'll give you an expansion. And that's just still not what's on the table yet. You can keep moving up, that's fine. But until you actually close this week above the EMA 100, you still would even want a pullback and consolidation here. That could be a bull flag, or I guess it'd be drawn here, bull flag and a breakout. Yeah, it's a big spot. Like, I'll circle it so we can just see. There's not many times total actually is up here. Right? And look what happens when it holds. Total bust. So you could argue you're in the busting spot. It's close, but you would want to see at least this bull flag play out more. If it doesn't, and it's not a bull flag, then we are going to lose 2.59 trillion, and you are going to move down here. That's going to just be a higher low play. This will be the start of uptrend forming. And then maybe you enter into a little channel here. And then, yeah, look at that. Maybe into November, you actually get a breakout. November, December, maybe. I don't know. That's interesting that November kind of pops up again. If you do get the bullish price structure and then you break out. So that would mean, well, in this scenario, it would mean you go on a multi-month pullback, essentially. Like, this takes multiple months. The temporality side of things, I'm a little unsure of, really. That's why I just have my levels, and that's the important part. And I'm running with September being a bearish month, only to be a setup, really. It's a month to be really looking for a bullish setup, bearish month in quotation mark, leading to a bullish outcome. If that makes sense. How long was this chop? This is 2 months almost after the bottom was in to consolidate and then break out. Interesting. So it'd be like it starts in September, ends in November. Huh. Yeah, again, temporality side of things does not matter. Just the levels. So yeah, that's still something that you're looking for. That's still actionable. And actually, interesting enough, you already have the monthly trend shift on total. Seems like Bitcoin's the only one lagging. Do you? No, you don't. Sorry, I was looking at the weekly. Almost. Very close, actually. Funny, I missed it by almost half a point. Right? So, like, what's more likely here? Right? So it's probably going to just do it. And that's why I still think we're just baiting shorts until then. Okay, so we'll keep going to more actionable stuff now. Understand this is still more prime for a pullback. Only way to really not say that is if you continue to hold above the daily 9 at 2.58 trillion. Then that's like, okay, cool. Yeah, GG. We're probably going to hold it, bull flag on the weekly and break out. Till then, this absolutely can get a retest lower around 2.3 to 2.4, and that will correlate to a 69K Bitcoin. But even the daily here is still in an uptrend. It's not really telling you we're going to break down at all. We're just doing that consolidation up. So one last major move up, maybe into 2.75, 2.8 trillion, and then a move down. Please, Bitcoins, give us that move up. It'll be perfect for September. So monthly's trying to break out here. Let's see. It doesn't really matter where the monthly closes as long as it gets back above the 9. So that's at 59.69%, I'd say. Just let's have that be the line in the sand. 59.69%. You can see on Bitcoin dominance, major moves occur once 59.69% actually gets reclaimed and holds. Here, tried to get reclaimed and held. And look what occurred from this zone. It did end up pumping 19% before it obviously rejected, lost 59.69% on the lower time frames and then dumped. 59.69% continued to held. Here you get the reclaim, and then we'll look at the initial move, 18% up. Could not actually hold the throwback, and you could not hold the throwback. Initial move up, 59.69% reclaim was 10%. So that's 2, we're over 10%. And it could not hold the throwback. So notice here in this, what I've shown you is you cannot hold the monthly throwback on 59.69%. This will be a very interesting spot into September. If we continue to hold the monthly 9, well, you're basically holding 59.69%. That's something you've actually never really seen happen before on Bitcoin dominance. There you can start arguing is actually strength, major strength. I'm a simple man. Bitcoin dominance move down, I'm bearish on Bitcoin. Bitcoin dominance moves up, I'm bullish on Bitcoin. So what an interesting spot we're actually getting into. If you hold 59.69%, we will get a measured move up to around 61.7%, testing near the October wick. October 2025. October 2025, that's when Bitcoin is in the $100,000 region. October 2025. Interesting, right? Entering into the same levels, same zones. Like this probably looks good on a higher time frame, like actually. Yeah, it really does. Like it really does look like it wants to bust. I mean, who even knows what the price of Bitcoin will be if we even at all go up to around this zone, 2020 zones. Crazy. So it's important. I think the monthly is really setting up here. September is going to be a good month. It seems like up and down, honestly. Unless 3 days you see Bitcoin dominance close under 59.69%, it is really looking like bulls just have to defend, get a shallow pullback, and then we break out. And again, that'll just correlate to this, really, just like this type of move. So we'll keep going now. Simple. More data. Next month will be better. On Monday stream will be the better stream, in my opinion. That'll be when we fully have a reset market. In my opinion, more data, more candles. It will be beautiful and glorious. So yeah, the monthly is just making its way to the 21. At this point, why wouldn't it hit the 21 and then maybe get a bounce to the 9? You could argue you're just at a moving average range, 21 and 9. We're looking at maybe that bounce to the 5, which would be okay. But regardless, this is a big zone of resistance. This was a big zone of resistance. We're about to lose that big zone of resistance. So what does that mean? It's a big zone of resistance. So you should be watching this zone carefully. 7.492 all the way up to 7.8% is, in my opinion, like the big lock rejection zone for tether dominance. Just like it can be the big expansion zone like we were talking about. Now this is the big dump zone. So you would still want this to get tested. Now, it could mean you only test 7.49 and dump, and you don't really go into the 7.75 essentially. But not bad. And hey, monthly's in a downtrend now, so you are looking for some type of lower high to be formed regardless. Hashtag Bitcoin is more likely to get a pullback into September, and that pullback will be a higher low. Every time, I mean, you lose this 7.5%, it always gets a retest of it and even goes higher. It always goes higher. So why would that change? Nice. So we're at the biweekly 34, kind of at the last stand here before a sell trigger actually ensues. And the daily just looks like it's retesting and making lower highs. You do have the consolidation down, so eventually this will break, in my opinion, but still most likely just leads to a leg down, hits the monthly 21, and then you get the bounce. So, right, going back to the monthly, it just hits the 21 and then bounces and probably just rejects the 9, and there's your bear market on tether dominance. How crazy, right? It's almost like this. Hits the 21, bounces, rejects the 5, and then that was it. So in summary, Bitcoin is very straightforward. There's really no question about it. If it's bull or bear, or if we should be shorting right now or longing right now, it's still in a long zone until you get the trend shift. And that's something we've been talking about all week. It seems like we're just baiting shorts. We are getting a free move to the monthly wick high. And I'm only saying that really because Solana already did. So I have to just assume that, well, we are just lagging on Bitcoin. The best thing that could occur is if we actually take out 83K on Bitcoin and then September rolls around and we dump massively in September, like massively dump in September. That would be perfect, honestly, because that would be the best trap to actually occur for bears. That would mean that they're going to get confirmation bias. They're going to be aggressive. And also, they're not going to be playing to the book anymore. So if you are just shorting, you are only running with emotions, and that means you're probably going to get ran over. In my opinion, once you get this trend shift, you're going to have a lot of shorts also cover. You're probably going to take the wick out by a few $1,000s and move down. And again, once they see a multi-$1,000 pullback, it's going to bring the FOMO, the emotions, the, man, what did I do? Why did I sell? Back into the market. I think that's exactly what will need to occur for us to actually enter a new bull market. This will be the perfect trap on liquidity. And in that case, then we can maybe run it turbo up to 95 to 100K and possibly a new high. I am on the camp. If you reclaim the previous cycle high, there's literally nothing stopping Bitcoin from making a new all-time high. And it doesn't matter about cycle highs. It's literally on any asset class. If you reclaim the all-time high, you often make a new high. Look at gold. And I'm sorry, Bitcoiners, for talking about gold, but it's just the easiest example on reclaims an all-time high, goes to a new high. Reclaims an all-time high, and look what occurred. Busted up, majorly busted up. On any asset, it's like that. Look at NVIDIA. I mean, anytime it reclaims an all-time high and SRs it's Glock 3000 mode. So for that, I'm just going to use that same rule. Doesn't matter what asset class you trade. Bitcoin just makes it, in my opinion, a little more easier. And she's a little more predatory. So be fully aware of what's to come in September. And really now, let's just really watch carefully to see if we break 83K. Once 83K is broken, okay, it's in bear control. And that's when we can actually start dumping. But wink, wink, is it really in bear control if it's just setting up for a bullish retest and also a bull market? Hashtag bear trap. So watch very carefully the daily 5. Understand if you're really trying to short, I will find a short for us, but that'll come on a. We need step 1, trend shift. Okay, cool. Take August 26th low out. Step 2, take out 76K. Awesome. Step 3 is let's position short. We have not even gone step 1. So let's, just kind of chill out, wait for the all-time high here, or at least the all-time high in the cycle in this range. The trend shift is a better word. And then once we get it, look for something like this. And this could play out all the way up until like October, November. And then maybe into the new year, we actually get a pumpzilla. So that's all I have on the corns.
Alrighty, let me share my screen. Very beautiful. And we will get started on my bullshit. Remind me later about this bullshit. Okie dokie. And go into the daily. Let me go subski this Coke Zero. It's a day that I've prepared for when I've got the Coke Zero ready to go. All right. So on the daily, as you can see, we've got our beautiful full moon starting to appear here. This is our first full moon since this moon here, and this one, our last kind of moons weren't necessarily failures, but they didn't really play out how we would have wanted them to. Like this bear moon only got a minimal pullback. This bull moon only got a slight pump. We haven't really had a decent full moon since this one here, but now we have gotten that full moon, and we had gotten a nice retest of our 5 EMA and the retest of the daily median, and as of now we are bouncing from that region. And momentum on the daily is now flipped down, approaching the neutral zone with volatility basically back down to almost 0% at 8% at extreme lows. And the daily jewel is giving you a God mode signal, but it is on a neutral signal currently. It has not flipped to a sell signal just yet. And let's go back, and the 38.2% has caught up with price action currently. Let's go to the 12 hour. Excuse me, sir. Put this, take the moon phases away for now. And we see on the 12 hour, we got a nice move down to the 9 EMA again. And on this 12 hour setup, it moves down to the 9 EMA or adds to that long. And then the long gets closed whenever you get a closure below the 9 EMA, which as of now, you have not gotten yet. And this was activated all the way back over here when you got this close over the 9 to actually here at about 63,585. And this has been active ever since then because you have still been over that 9. And a lot of times, or sometimes, this 12 hour setup will give you some minimal gain. Sometimes it will give you a slight loss, but then sometimes it will give you major winners like this one, where this one is up for, around like $16,000 from the entry so far. And it's still active. And as long as you are closing over the median, that would give you a target of 38.2% at least, which is around at these current highs, right around $81,600. Let's go to, okay, and now you're putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out the lows from this point here on momentum, or price is making a higher low by around $16,000, and this will confirm with any closure over 81,452 to be exact, and that will give you a move into about $87,000 on confirmation. Okie dokie. The 8 hour. 8 hours currently also still flipped down. Anything else? Putting in some hidden bullish divergence between these points here. That will also confirm with the same number. 8 hour is giving you a fresh buy signal as well on the jewel. Okie dokie. What else is there? 4 hour. 4 hour got to move to the bottom 38.2%, and now it is currently bouncing. We do want to see a closure over the median, which is 79,569. Nice number. And then that will give us a move back to 80K. And let's see how much we've pulled back so far from our current high. It was the 81.4. Where do we go to? 77. This was around 4.5%. to the downside. Usually are around the 5%. Those 5% moves down in the major busting action. Let me find previous. Go back. So on 3 hours, so you're not going to see it much. Let's flip to daily. See how much we pulled back from this one. Right around 5%. Seven. So right around 4.5%. Let's find November of 24. Here it is. How much did we pull back from this high to this low? About 6%, 6 to 7%. And this one, about 2.5. Totally. Two-day also still flipped up, and volatility is still expanding to support it. Two-day closes today. We want to see a closure over the 78.6%. This is the area where you've been previously rejecting. If you can see a closure over the 78.6%, this brings you into the 88.3%. So we're around the 200 SMA and the 88.3%, sitting around $85,000 to $86,000. You see the last time that you got a closure over the 78.6%? It's been a while. %50 rejection, 50% rejection. 61.8%. Here's the 78. Nope. Even when you went to your all-time highs, there was not a closure over the 78.6. All the way back here in November of 2024, this is the last time you got a closure over the 78.6 on this candle here, and this took you upward to the 78.6, kept moving up. You hit it again, and then you went to the 88.3% at this region here, and you continued upwards and onwards. Where was the okay? Let me go back to the current price. And 88.3% is around that 86,300 to be exact. Okay, let's go to 5 days. Let's look at the 3-day also. 3 days also currently flipped up with volatility expanding. 3 days all gotten that closure over the 61.8%. It's gotten two closures over the 61.8%. This one also closes today. And as long as you're closing over the 61.8%, this brings you into wherever the 78.6 is at that time. This is going to move, but right now it's sitting at $88,000. 5 days also closing in on the 50%. You got a closure over the 38.2%. Just need to get a closure over the 50%, which also lines up beautifully with your 200 SMA, and that brings you into your 86,000 region. 5 days also flipped up with volatility expanding, and 5 day has a bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow. Last time 5 day close over at 38.2% was over here. Where, see, here, same idea, where you didn't close above the 50%, you close over the 38.2%, got a little pullback, then you close over the 50%, and you got a nice little pump ski. 6 day also it's over that 38.2%, using the 38.2% as support and backtesting off of it, lining up with the 55. And momentum is currently flipped up. You got some bullish divergence between these 2 points, and I believe you've got some. No, you don't. And closing over that 38.2%, plus you're getting a fresh bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow, and that's coming alongside the price closing over 38.2% brings you into the 78.6, which is going to move several times. Right now, your more important support level or resistance levels between $86,000 and $88,000. 78.6 would bring you into your 6-digit region, or around slightly over 100,000. Let's mark off this 6-day cross. We got the cross right over here. Mark off exactly where the cross is. Right there. This one's not a very good one. May of 2026, that was our move to 82.8. Okay. December of 22, this was the end of the bear market. March of 19. And we'll call it with May of 15 or March of 15. Price was a lot lower. We gotta zoom out a little bit. Make sure this is on the cross. There we go. So we'll move up 3.7%. Not bad. Initially about 5%, and then 30 and 40-ish percent. Right. Right there. Went down slightly, went down about 3.7%, and then up 11, 21, that same 30-ish to 40%. Make sure that is on the right spot. It's not exactly on the cross. Where is it? Somewhere around that region. Eight. And the current one. This would be exactly on the cross. Let's be generous and put it here. In that way, a lot of the move would have played out. Uh, 29%. So if you were to run it to around 35 to 40%, brings you to about 85,000, 40%, about 88,000. And if you were to run it from this move, this candle, currently up about 5.7%. If you were to take it to that minimum 8% number, or the medium to minimum 8% number, that brings you to around 83,000. Alrighty. Go to the weekly. Weekly also currently at that 38.2%. On this last candle, you did close or slightly over the 38.2%. That level is at around 79,800. If you can't see a closure, that's why you've been seeing a lot of resistance around that region. But if you can't see a closure over 79,800, you should see a nice move into somewhere around 86,000 to 88,000. Oopsies. And weekly is still flipped up with volatility expanding from 0%. And weekly is very close to giving you a bullish cross as well, with the pink about to cross over the yellow. Okie dokie. 10. Also flipped up, also putting in bullish divergence. Also got a fresh buy signal here with the and you're about to break out of the bearish control zone, and you're significantly above the median, and you're over the 55, and this does close in about close to 9 hours. This is the first time that you are above the 55 and not rejecting since around price was almost at $100,000 in around January of 2026. If you can close over that 55, especially closing over the median, that brings you into the top 38.2%, which is around $86,000 currently. Lining up beautifully with the main beam line. Also flipped up, also has bullish divergence. Volatility is almost back to extreme lows. You are currently losing the sell signal, flipping into neutral. This also closes today. Very likely this will flip into a buy signal on this next open. And this brings you into the top 38.2%, which is currently at around $87,000. Go to the 2-week first because that's a shorter time frame. 2-week is now breaking back into the 38.2%. 2-week is also putting in bullish divergence with momentum exiting the bearish control zone. Volatility is now almost at extreme lows, and you also have a neutral signal on the jewel here. If you can close back over the 38.2%, that is at around $72,300. Just likely we'll get a move into wherever the median is at that time. Right now it's at around 89,700. Maybe it'll move somewhere between 86 and 88,000. 15-day, you get two of these closures every single month. You got that also putting in bullish divergence, also flipped up, also exiting the bearish control zone, also approaching extreme lows on volatility, and also losing the sell signal on the jewel. And that one is also giving you price back over the 38.2%, which is at around $75,200. So you're also getting back over the silver cross at the downside. And that would bring you into the median, which also is going to move, but currently it's at around 93.1. And this is closing in also today at around 8 hours and 43 minutes. A lot of closures happening today. And also, I believe there's a major options expiration happening today as well. Alrighty, go to the monthly. Monthly is currently still flipped up. Monthly is exiting the bearish control zone, and volatility is currently contracting, with monthly jewel losing the sell signal. And this is currently on a neutral signal in the bearish control zone. And every single time in the past, the monthly has lost the sell signal. The bear market has been over. When you've had the buy signal, then that's been the start of the bull market. Literally every single time in history, losing this sell signal was very significant. And if you can get a closure in about 3 days and 9 hours, maintaining this neutral signal, then that'll be basically it, calling the bear market over. And that's also going to come along with reclaiming the 9 and the 21 EMA, also putting in the local bottom on the monthly, getting a close over $67,000, which then gives you monthly hidden bullish divergence. And then that will give you a target of somewhere around your low to mid $90,000 region. Currently, you are getting some slight resistance at the bottom, 38.2% at $81,500. But the main idea is closing over the monthly 9, which is around the $75,000 figure. Also, I get a message from one of my buddies who I shared in the chat group before, who messaged saying that the Fed speech was bearish. So.
Yeah, I saw like all these people are
bearish.
thinking it's that the rate hikes are they're coming. They're so stupid. Huh?
All right. Daily currently flipped up, exiting the bearish control zone on Tether with volatility at approaching extreme lows. You do have a God mode signal, but you don't have a buy signal just yet. And we zoom in, and you are still below the median. You did get a nice move into the median, but that is a rejection so far. And you are once again back below the 5 EMA. And this daily has been the 5 EMA has been the arbiter currently on the daily. It just has been holding you down, whereas it's been the reverse on Bitcoin, where the 5 has been the correction point, and then you get your busting action from that point. And on the strong trending moves, the 5 does like to hold a price action in the current trend, which is currently untethered to the downside. And are you taking out this high? You are slightly. Now they're just putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence on Tether, because you are taking out the highs from all the way up here on momentum, where price is making a lower high. This will require a close below 6.787% to confirm, but then this gives you a move down to 6.3%. Alrighty. Whenever I say already, I think of that Jim Carrey thing. Alrighty. Alrighty then.
Can you hear me when I say something?
Up. Also putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence right at the reset zone with volatility back at extreme lows, almost 0%. 12 hours giving you a nice shooting star dildo here with the projection of the 9. And from there, you are likely going to, and you're back below the 5. And if you do close like this, you are going to likely tap at least the bottom 38.2%. And I figured out what was happening with my moving average colors. It wasn't somebody using my account. It was that the default settings changed. I didn't know that. So if you're also using the caretaker moving average and you're an enthusiast of the 5, the 9, the 21, the 55, the 100, and the 200, you might want to check your settings. And I'll show my settings for a second here, so you guys can take a look at it. These are the ones that I'm using. 5 is red, blue is 9, yellow is 21, green is 55, and purple, pink, whatever your interpretation of this is the 200 SMA. They're all EMAs except for this one. This is an SMA. Let me give you another second there. All right, I'm going to close it in 3, 2, 1. Eight-hour currently flipped down, close to flipping back up. Any divergence here? Got some hidden bearish divergence on the 8 hour as well. 8 hours giving you a fresh sell signal here on the jewel. Very cool. And a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. Plus, you've got hidden bearish divergence on the jewel. You do currently have a bullish cross in the background, but it hasn't confirmed yet. It will confirm in about 38 minutes. And you're also... no, I do not hear you. Four-hour also currently sorry, I'm retarded. 4 hours currently flipped up. See, there's any divergence present here. This is 6.835%, and this one is 6.84. So no, there's no bullish divergence here. And 4 hours giving you currently a fresh buy signal. But it is turning into a nice shooting star dildo. We just want to see a closure below the median, which you're ever so slightly below right now. 2 days got a silver cross at the downside. 2 days still flipped down. Volatility is expanding. Getting a little bounce, but you're rejecting the 88.3%. And as long as you are closing below the 88.3%, you are likely going to come down to test this 200 SMA. Three-day got closures below the 78.6, and as of now, you are getting multiple rejections of that 78.6 with momentum flip down and volatility expanding. And let me zoom in on this. This is going to give you, as long as you are closing below the 78.6 and moving to 666, the devil's number. Okie dokie. 5 days at the 78.6. If you can, this also closes today. If you can get a close below 6.88%, you should see a nice little dump ski. And see where the point of interest would be on the major dump skis. Bounce from the 78.6. So here's where you lost the 78.6. This took you into the 88.3, slightly below the 88.3. And from where the 78.6 was, you would have hit the 95%. Yeah. So the 88.3 currently is sitting at 6.4. 95 is at around 5.8%. 6 day has lost the 55. You've lost the 61.8%. Momentum is flipped down with volatility expanding. And you've got bearish divergence and almost half the 78.6. Once you lose that, that will bring you down towards somewhere around that low 6 to high 5 region. The weekly has also lost the 55. You are rejecting it. And you've also closed below the 61.8%, brings you to the 78.6. Which is at 6.62. Also flipped down, also getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel. And you're getting a pink versus below yellow cross here too. This is very bearish. Let's mark this off. And this closes today to confirm, by the way. Right over there. January of 23. Yeah, that's right. Dominate my tether. Tether dominance. There we go. Pull this a little bit before. Well, that was a total failure. Actually, oh no, never mind. This is a downside setup. I'm retarded. That was around 23.5%. About 21 and 21.32%, similar number. And then about 52%. Uh, 25%, 27%, similar numbers. And as of now, about 18.9%. So if we were running at about 20 to 25%, about 6.6 to 6.2%. And then if you were to run it that 50-ish% number just for funsies, brings you to about 4%, 4.1%. Although I don't think that's going to happen. Okie dokie. Also flip down. Also volatility is expanding, and this is on the verge of giving you another one of those sell signals with the pink about to cross below the yellow. And you are now below the 78.6, ever so slightly at 6.94%. If you do close below that region, it brings you down into somewhere around 5.8% to 5.9%. This is a beautiful rejection of the 38.2%. To the 2-week. 2-week also flipped down. 2-week close to entering into the bearish control zone. The last time 2-week entered into the bearish control zone was in June of 2025, and that followed July of 25 when we saw a nice move down in tether. And we also have bearish divergence on the 2-week. And volatility is currently expanding from extreme lows, and the 2-week jewel also has bearish divergence, and you're about to get a sell signal on there. If you close below 38.2%, that's a 7.39%. It gives you a move into somewhere around 5.8 to 5.6%. Also have bearish divergence on the 15-day with volatility expanding from 0%. Also about to give you a sell signal on the jewel. Also got bearish divergence, plus you're about to lose 38.2%. That's at 7.08%. This also closes today. This brings you into somewhere around the low 6% area for a slight bounce, and then eventually into the 5s. Okay, go to the monthly. Monthly also now losing the 9. Monthly 9 has been a major spot this entire move up since around August of 2025 or late 2025, where we were hitting our all-time highs on Bitcoin. And this is the first time that we would be losing also the 9 and the bottom 38.2%, which they're both lining up together around the 7.5% region. If you do lose that, it brings you into like 5.8%. And you do now have macro bearish divergence from this all the way around, like this point here to this point, I believe. Or which one was it? No, it's this one. This one to this one, where you have lower high in momentum, higher high in price. And the easy target from that would be your 21, around 6.6%. I would target the 55 normally because this is a monthly, but this is a little far back. This is from all the way around 2022, so it's 4 years back. And quarterly is close to losing 38.2%. Also the 5. Also the quarterly has been holding the 5 this entire way through. If you were to lose that, that would be the first time. But if you also lose the 38.2%, that would bring you down towards somewhere around the 21, which is around 5.7, but it's going to rise to 5.8. Alrighty. So is this? Oh fuck! This is weird. Got another issue with my RSI. I guess I'm gonna close it and put it on again. Invite only on pane. Coolio. Above. Above. Oh, what the fuck? Oh well. Zoom in here, but there's literally no RSI. Let me change this back to 22. See if that makes a difference. No, no difference. Let me make sure everything is on here. High, low pivot areas, yeah. Weird. You currently do have bullish divergence, although this wasn't validated, although I cannot see the RSI. And let's see if the time frame makes a difference. You got a local top here. There we go. We got it back. Alrighty. So you're putting in some hidden bearish divergence on the daily here because you are taking out these previous highs on momentum, while price is still making a lower high. This will require a closure below 6.787% to confirm, and this gives you a move to 6.8% on confirmation. The 12-hour, 12-hour also putting in hidden bearish divergence. Is this correct? Oh fuck! This got changed again. Wonderful. I guess I got to do this on every one of my layouts. Nine 21 and 100, and we'll save this as default settings. There we go. And 8-hour currently has active bullish divergence of 3 drives. You are hitting the easy target now, which is, or very close to it, which is the edge of the bearish control zone, and that would be at around 7%. But if you were to hit that region, that would give you 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. 6 hours also got bullish divergence. 4 hours also got bullish divergence. Two days in the bearish control zone, pretty deep, close to the critical zone. Critical zone's at 6.69%, nice number. Right around your 200 SMA. Oh, 3-day critical zone's at pretty close to your 5.8% number. 6 days got bearish divergence. You are now in the bearish control zone. Weekly's got bearish divergence, bearish control zones at 6.64%, and weekly has a touch and go setup of the volatility. Also got bearish divergence on the 12-day. Target is 5.4%. We'll update in about 8.5 hours, and you're getting a volatility setup now about to fire off too on the 12-day. Let's go to the 2-week. 2 weeks also got some bearish divergence between these 2 points because you have a higher high in price, lower high in momentum. And this will confirm with any closure below 6.971%. And that gives you a move down to 5.2%. Somewhere around your 100 EMA at 5.9, 5.8%. So this level will likely update. Monthly with the local top, and this will be and that macro divergence, and this will give you a target towards with any closure below 8.150%, gives you a move towards 6.3. And quarterly now putting in fresh drive of bearish divergence, which will confirm with any closure below 6.971%, and that gives you a move towards 5.12%. Bitcoin putting in some slight bearish divergence will confirm with any closure below 77,620, and on confirmation this gives you a move down to about 72,500 actually. And does it line up with anything? No. 12-hour putting in the possibility of hidden bullish divergence, but requires a closure over about $80,000 to confirm. And that'll give you a move into you're in the critical zone, so not really anything. 8 hours got bearish divergence, multiple drives. You're very close to hitting the bearish control zone. That level sits at where is it? I mean the bullish control zone. It's at 78.7. And from 3 drives of bearish divergence, you would normally target the 21, which is currently sitting at 77.5. Four hours also got bearish divergence, multiple drives. The neutral zone is sitting at 78, about 78.7. Very cool. Alrighty. Two hours got bearish divergence. You already hit the easy target, the neutral zone. Hourly put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. They have multiple drives now, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over 79,385. And you are, believe, let me zoom in, putting in another possible drive here. Let's see. Let's run into the gambling time frames. Alrighty. 30 minutes putting in some hidden bearish divergence that will confirm with any closure below 78.86. Actually, no, it's this number is 79,264, and that gives you a move into around 77.8. Volatility is now expanding as well. Alright, 2-day in the critical zone, 3-day in the bullish control zone with a local bottom. Let me make sure this divergence is look back is correct. I believe there's very bullish divergence here. Yeah, there's multiple drives of bullish divergence. Next target would be the critical zone at around 90,000, but that will update. 5 days in the bullish control zone. 6 days got bullish divergence entering into the bullish control zone. Bullish control zones at around 80,000. Weekly has got bullish divergence. Bullish control zones at 84.4. 10 days got bullish divergence. Bullish control zone is at 90,000, but it'll update. 12 days also got it. This was also going to update. Bullish control zone is currently at 98, but this is going to update several times. 2 week also putting in some bullish divergence. 15 day about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence today. And this will confirm with any closure over $67,260. And on confirmation, this gives you a move into the bullish control zone, which will update, but right now it's sitting at around $105,000. That would be that. Oh, interesting. If you remember that 78.6% that we mentioned was in the 6 digits, was exactly at $105,000. And monthly putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence, which will confirm with any closure over $74,000. And this gives you a move into the bullish control zone, which will update, but currently it's sitting at 111,000. Okay, now let's check out momentum. Oh, wait, wrong one. Let's check out Tether first. Going to daily. Alrighty. So, tower. Alright. Daily currently starting to contract for multiple periods of 100% volatility. Momentum is currently flipped down on the daily, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 6.95%, but you are close to flipping back up. 12 hours currently flipped up with bullish divergence. Volatility is almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 6.83%. 8 hours currently freshly flipped down, projecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 6.91%. 4 hours currently flipped up, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 6.83%. And I believe you have bullish divergence here. Yeah, you do have bullish divergence on the 4 hour. 2 hours also flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 6.89%. Okie dokie. Two-day currently flipped down with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 7.74%. With 2-day currently giving you a volatility set up to the downside, and I think I got up to this again. Yeah. 9, 21, 55, 100, 200, save as default, coolio. And you're close to that 200 SMA. So if the daily does flip back up here, we'll likely get some move into somewhere around the 2-day 5. And then from there, you likely will get a rejection and then move into the 200 SMA. 3-day also currently flipped down freshly, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 7.59%. 5 days also flipped down with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.24%. 6 days also flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.37% with volatility expanding from 0%. Weekly is also flipped down with bearish divergence and a derp of death and volatility expanding on a touch and go setup from 15%, giving you a volatility setup to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.24%. 10 days also flipped down with bearish divergence, and volatility is expanding from below 15%, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.66%. 12 days got bearish divergence, volatility is very close to expanding, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 9%. 2 weeks got bearish divergence, and it's flipped down, and it's in extreme lows on volatility, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.91%. 15 days got bearish divergence, flipped down, volatility is at extreme lows, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 8.59%. And monthly is flipped down with macro bearish divergence, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.22%. Quarterly, however, is still flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're with hidden bullish divergence, as long as you're closing over 5.38%. Now we're going to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is currently flipped up on the daily, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 79,300. Got about 8 hours left to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. 12 hours currently flipped down with bearish divergence, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 80,500 with volatility about to go back to extreme lows. 8 hours also flipped down with, or 8 hours actually flipped up, but you do currently have multiple drives of bearish divergence. 8 hour is flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 79,350, and volatility is now coming back down to extreme lows. You do have three drives of bearish divergence, and the three drives of bearish divergence would target the 21 EMA right around 77,566, 77,600. And if you're not already into the long, that would be another entry into that long. You would put your stop loss at this last major low at 75,500, and from here, with volatility entering back into extreme lows, and plus maintaining the bullish control zone with momentum up, plus your higher time frame signals, I would bet on this 77.5 area holding when we come down to it, and then from there you likely will be breaking through your 81,000-ish resistance and go towards somewhere around like 83, 84,000 at that point. I do want to see this price come down to this 21 first, wherever it is at that time. Right now, it's at 77.5. 4 hours freshly flipped down, and with bearish divergence also, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 80,550. Two hours currently also flipped down, and it's going to be down as long as you're closing below 79,700. Okie dokie. 2 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $70,200, and you have fresh silver cross to the upside with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%. Where's the 9 currently? Yeah, the 9 is at right around your 73,000 region. But for that to be actionable, you would need to see a 2-day closure below 77,620, right around that 77.5, 77.6 region. So you're likely going to tap that region, but you do need to close over that region. Otherwise, you're likely going to see a deeper pullback. 3 days also currently flipped up, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 71,600. 5 days up with volatility expanding from many periods to 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 64,650. 6 days up with bullish divergence and the volatility expanding from 0%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 64,000. Weekly is currently up with a derp of life and bullish divergence, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 64,750. 10-day is up with bullish divergence and volatility expanding from 15%, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 62,100. 12 days up with bullish divergence and volatility expanding on almost basically a touch and go setup. It came down to 15%, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 59,800. Pretty significant. We're like almost $20,000 over this pivot. 2 week is currently up with bullish divergence and volatility is at extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 60,500. 15 days up with bullish divergence with volatility at extreme lows, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 63,250. It's very rare whenever you see all of these time frames in agreement with each other. The daily, the 2-day, the 5-day, the weekly, the 2-week, all the way up to the monthly, all in agreement with each other. It's very rare. And whenever they are in agreement with each other is when you get your major busting action moves or your major dumping action moves. And now you go into the monthly, which is also currently flipped up, and it will confirm upside momentum if you close in about 3 days and 9 hours over $65,700. If that does happen, this is going to flip monthly momentum to the upside. It's going to invalidate this downside volatility setup, and since volatility expanded to the downside, we likely will get mean reversion to the upside. And this is the first time that momentum is flipping up from this extreme region on the monthly since around early 2023 when we started that bull market. And at that point, we also had volatility contracting to the upside, and then we had volatility expansion to the upside, which is kind of what we're looking for here now. If momentum does flip back up here, this will give you an invalidation of the setup. Maybe you see a move into that low to mid $80,000 region, then you see a little bit of a pullback. This come down to somewhere around 76 to 78,000, and then from there, you get your early 2023 moves, and you just go busting action, but you likely will see a little bit of a pullback before then into that low to mid $80,000 region. Okie dokie, go back. But on the lower time frames, I am looking for a little bit lower to tag that low 78 to high $77,000 region. And based on the high time frames, I do think that will give you that bounce. And based off of your bullish divergences that you're putting in across the board, plus momentum being flipped up across the board, all in agreement with each other, I think that will give you that bounce from 77.5 into somewhere around that low to mid $80,000 region with some resistance around like 83 to 84,000, and then eventually towards somewhere around 86 to 88,000. Maybe somewhere around that mid 80,000 area where you get the pullback. But if you do lose 77.5, then I think you're going to see the deeper pullback into somewhere around 72 to 73,000, and then from there I think you'll probably get the busting action. The only thing that I really think would bring this whole rally into jeopardy would be if you were to get a daily close back below $75,000, which then brings you back down to that 70, 72, 73. And then if you were to see even a wick below around $70,000, then that'd be extremely worrying. Or if you were to see a daily closure below $70,000. But as of now, I think probably see a little movement to 87s, probably bounce from that region, and then your bull moon playing out. And Jackson's hole is now finished. All of the bullshit that everyone was worried about is now over. So maybe now we can run it back turbo off of that 12-hour 9 EMA and that daily 5 EMA.
Thank you, senor. I know you cannot hear me, but here I go. I know you can, Alex, so I'm going to throw this at you boys. This is one of the stupidest, and I hate coming off like that, but he's one of the stupidest people I see on my timeline for some reason. The crypto kid. Probably the most hawkish Fed chair speech I've ever watched in recent years. Excellent. That's what I'm talking about. That's what like the small-minded will get from these things. And that's exactly what they need to know. Because remember, inflation surging. No one has money to buy anything. Elon Musk is selling a third, like 2/3 of the truck that he was selling a year ago, but he's raising his prices. So inflation, bro, that's how it works. So the fact that there's a deviation with reality with this narrative shows us that it's bullshit, it's fabricated and whatnot. What's the purpose? You tell everybody that you're going to raise rates. Everybody panics, gets the fuck out. This is the whole point, right? This is what's been happening ever since like they pushed the narrative that they're going to sell like hike rates. Everybody gets out, you go up. When everybody was expecting literally at the beginning of the year that they were going to lower the rates. I don't know if you guys remember that because people like forget this super fast. But the reality is if you lower rates, that's bearish as fuck for the market. The moment that they lower rates, that's when everything comes down, right? So right now, the fact that these guys got that they're going to hike rates, that's really bullish for Bitcoin in my view right now. And for risk in general, just like when they tell you that AI, it's like at a danger of something. Now, as far as timing goes, and Alex, this is something that you brought up while you were doing your analysis, and I think it's really impossible to figure this out. But I'll give you a scenario. You know here how quickly we got from, this is a 2-week chart, from basically, what was it, $74,000 all the way to all-time highs. I think we can get a recovery, like a turbo recovery, kind of like this one right now to go higher. Now, I'm going to give you a scenario. We know January they're going to start buying a tremendous amount of debt. When you buy a lot of debt, that means rates come down. Now, will it do it immediately in January? I don't think so. Markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay liquid, right? That's the whole point. But let's pretend that that's going to be January, right? The date. So right now, while they're telling everybody that interest rates are going to go up, this shit fucking just literally does this, right? And, it can do an all-time high. It cannot do an all-time high. And you get to January and interest rates drop, and this shit goes to the point where everybody was waiting for, the 50s, the 40s, whatever the fuck it was. And then you go into an actual 2-year bear market with rips and like other shit, something you've never seen before. And to come out of this, they're going to pump all of the money through crypto for all the help to everyone. And that means when this goes up, it's going to go up like a motherfucker. I just don't think it's doable that this is just going to continue to go up, even though everything is happening within crypto, because that's where they're putting all these bonds and whatnot. When you buy bonds and banks buy bonds in large quantities, and anyone buys bonds in large quantities, that's a fucking bear market. So I don't know if we really are going to see, and this is where I think the disconnect is between my idea and what everyone thinks I'm saying. I don't think we're going to go into a 4-year cycle again right now. I think you get tops a year from now up, like tops. I think it's actually going to be around March, February that this goes up. Now, why? Why are we seeing this? Because think about it. Midterm elections are right now, right? That's midterms. So during midterms, you see this, everyone's happy, no one's saying anything. And then midterms are done, comes January, and for 2 years, you're not going to vote for anyone. And you can go into the actual bear market. That's what I think we're going to see. And what will decide that? If we get a turbo expansion towards the upside. If this takes a long time to get back up, then no, we're going to probably see a longer rally. But if it's quick, get the fuck out. Like, I'm getting the fuck out around January, February, March. That's when I'm going to be looking. And the narrative will have to flip. When they flip the narrative, because what would be more bullish in these fucking idiots' mind, like in the Crypto Kid? And I'm sorry, I just realized I'm not sharing my chart, which is really stupid. What would be really bullish in people's minds, like the Crypto Kid? He will think, oh no, they're going to raise rates. They're not. Oh my God, they're going to lower rates. We're going to $500 billion.
Yeah, literally.
You know what I mean? That's exactly how that should play out. At the beginning of this year, I said, we need everybody to be on the side right now that interest rates are going to go up. Like, they need to convince all of you that interest rates are going to go up. And everyone's like, there's no way interest rates are coming down. And now no one remembers that they were all on the side that interest rates were coming down.
That's a good point. Because everyone's forgotten that, literally.
Like, they all forgot. At the beginning of this year, everybody was like, dude, rates are coming down. That's it. We're going to the fucking a gazillion dollars. And you got the bear. And now you think it's going up, and you're getting the opposite. Like, it's really that simple. Because interest rates, end of the day, that's what this is. The Bitcoin cycle is not a Bitcoin cycle. It's an interest rate cycle. That's what I think. So to answer to what you were saying, like, and again, it's not really an answer, just to say on top of what you were saying that you don't know how fast it'll happen. If you get this, right, and there's no entry for bears, this right here, and you get it quickly, between now and December, you start seeing that you basically get this again. The 74,000 all the way to 126. If you get this really this quickly, then we're going to get the massive drop right after. If it takes his sweet time, just like every cycle, and then this is a whole year basically, and that happens, and we're here for like, you know, and it's next summer and we're right here at $85,000, then we have legs to run up further and for longer. But if you get a quick move up, because that's what convinced, imagine you're at $115,000. You're right here. And then they come out and you start seeing ZZ and fucking Brian, the bald man, and everybody. Dude, it's a super cycle. Michael Saylor is super smart again out of nowhere, like incredibly smart now. Everybody's like, he's going to be a quadrillionaire now. He's going to be richer than Elon Musk. And we got there super quick. Then they're setting you up for the next move down, which is going to be the horrendous bear market. And this will be like a fucked up one. Forget about 2022. You know what I mean?
You have to think, really, if it takes the high out very fast by December, everyone is going to buy the 20%, 30, 40% pullback, 50%. That's when everyone just knife drops and buys the dip of the dip of the dip. Because it worked out before. Hey, it got you to a 58K Bitcoin. No one bought, and we just made a new high. Why aren't you buying the dip? And then that's where the disastrous bear market actually comes. So I totally see that. And the faster it goes higher, the more disastrous the trap will be, because then many did not buy. Honestly, many did not buy the lows here, so they're just going to be engineered to want to buy and get in, because Bitcoin can make a new high way sooner than everyone thought.
Oh yeah, this is why it's doing it so fast right here. That's my point of view. And again, the lie comes from they're dropping interest rates. Like that's, if they made everybody believe the other way around, now the bullishness that ends this will be they're going to lower interest rates, and that's what's going to take everybody down with them.
I mean, we almost took out 3 months and 2 weeks of price action in 2 weeks.
And that's if you're looking at Bitcoin, dude. Solana's already like onto the next phase. Ethereum, wow. It's onto the next phase, right? I don't know if XRP is. XRP too. I mean, even though it's a fucking aggressive wick, of course, because this thing is a fucking piece of shit. It all is, except Bitcoin. And I mean, it's a beautiful psychological game, because just the fact that it's not taking this out, it's got everyone that's a bear thinking that is really, really bearish for Bitcoin. Bitcoin consolidates down before going up, dude. This is the most bullish thing it can be doing right now. Because if it already wanted to go down, it would have just taken this out instantly, gotten everyone trapped, and then go down.
Yeah, true, honestly.
That's what he does. So this is fucked up, that it's stopping right here. It's only stopping right here. It's kind of like what he did right here, in my view. Like, this is more similar to this, even though it took a little bit longer. You see it?
Oh, yeah.
This is more similar to this. So then next month, you're going to probably get another expansion into the next one. And then you're going to get consolidation down. People are going to say it's done. I think this is the move that we're chasing, like that we're going to see. This one right here. Not like your normal bear market chopped to the side, because there's no way. Like, they can fool people into thinking that everything is great and that thinking things are continuing to go up and whatnot. But at some point, people are going to realize, dude, everything is more expensive, but no one's buying anything. At some point, I believe these retards will figure that out. And that's when the show like is done.
Music will stop. They'll start talking about the rate flip-flop, where it's actually quite bullish. And then that's when we're absolutely dunking and getting ready probably for an insane bear market, really.
All right, dude, 2008, 2000, like, or 1929, like the Great Recession. You're getting somewhere in between 2008 and 1929. Somewhere between those two. Like what you saw, you know how I always said this whole time, why are we comparing this cycle to 2022 when the stock market is at an all-time high right now? That makes no sense. At that point, once you get this up again, that's when you forget about 2022. You can go back and even look at 2000, between 2008 and 1929. That would be that type of cycle, because everyone's destroyed financially, destroyed. Like, this is something like crazy.
Yeah, really. And again, all those moments were major opportunity zones and major inflection points. And like, that's the time to be in markets and be paying attention.
Yeah. And I think there's going to be a humongous opportunity on the way down, because it's going to be a big down. Big down. So we can imagine trading, like right now you traded a small 50% down market, and that was incredible. Imagine an 80-90% down market.
Yeah, literally.
How beautiful would that be?
If Bitcoin does go to the 169, 180, I mean, wow, an $80,000 drop and Bitcoin's still at 100K. Pretty insane.
Well, even if you just get 130, remember that we were looking for a while 130, 133s, which I think that's like, now I'm going to be a little conspiracy with price, which is impossible to know. But 130s, because he keeps doing this bullshit that he just does that, like little higher prices. Don't, like, people want to go nuts, and that's what traps them, right? So if you don't want to go nuts, let's just figure that this shit's going to go to right here, 135, 133s. You go blah, 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 blah. You go up here, consolidates. Everyone is like, oh my God, we're definitely going to go to 150, 180. Once you hear that, you know. And then from here, you legitimately go to either 44, 45, or 30s.
Yeah, wow. I know.
Now,
Just disastrous. I mean,
that would be, let's say, to 44, 67% down. To 30, to 30s would be 77% down. And that makes sense on a Bitcoin bear, like a real bear, 77%. And everybody was like packing their bags thinking that we were going to go to $800 million. It's just simply because of monetary policy. And now I don't know if this is going to be for sure, obviously. But if I see just price going up fast and we get there by December somewhere around the 100s, then I'll be looking at this scenario. Like, this is the most likely scenario that we're going to see. Because we know there's one thing that's guaranteed in here. Interest rates will be coming down at some point between January and March of 2027. That we know, because there's going to be a huge demand on debt, which is what they're playing, that there's none. And that's what they're putting in front of the dumbest people on earth. So that's that. Sorry, that's my stupidity. So we got SanDisk for a trade, and then we have Circle for investing.
all right, perfect.
Thank you. Rápidamente, para que vean, esta es una de las personas, lo voy a decir sencillamente, que sigue todas las narrativas y no le falta una. Esta es probablemente una de las juntas de la Reserva Federal que han sido de las más, digamos, hawkish. Eso quiere decir que van a subir los intereses. Eso es lo que todo tu Paco favorito tiene en la cabeza en este momento. El subir intereses es bajista, según ellos, ¿ok? Cuando sabemos nosotros que bajar intereses, solamente bajan los intereses cuando hay una crisis. Y recordemos, aquí, en estos topes, y quiero que lo busquen en sus computadoras, en todos lados, en noviembre, octubre, te dijeron que iban a bajar intereses. ¿Ok? Ya que estás aquí abajo, los convencieron a todos ustedes de que van a subir intereses. ¿Sí o no? Así es como ha operado esto. ¿Qué es lo que va a pasar? Antes de entrar a confundirlos, se las voy a poner sencilla. Los voy a llevar simplemente a la tabla diaria y les voy a resumir lo que Alex y Farhan dijeron. ¿Ok? Para que no nos perdamos. Y esto es sencillo. Tienes el promedio del 9 en los 76,600. Tienes tu promedio del 5 en los 78,400. Estamos aquí arriba. ¿Ok? Podríamos tener, les voy a dar escenario A, que es alcista. podríamos ver simplemente dónde estamos, que acá rebotemos, nos quedemos por acá y este fin de semana hagamos nuevos máximos comparados con esto, ¿no? Digamos en 83, 84. Para que eso pase, puede ocurrir, el trade agresivo es donde estás ahorita. Entrar en long en los 78, que es donde estás ahorita. El segundo trade, mediano de agresividad está en 76,000. Vienes acá a los 76 y rebotas y vas a buscar ese nuevo alto. ¿Ok? En 84, 85, 86, 87, más o menos. Ese es el segundo trade en long. El tercero es venir a los 72 y de ahí rebotar. El análisis tiene en común, entonces tienes tu trade agresivo, que es donde estás ahorita, tu trade medio, que está en el promedio del 9 en los 76 más o menos, y tu trade exquisito, si es que se llega a dar, en los 72. ¿Ok? Para continuar en long. ¿Dónde ya no continúas en long? 72 para abajo. Porque de abajo de 72 tienes esta línea en los 69 y si esta línea también se rompe, vas a venir a buscar 65 más o menos. ¿Ok? Esa sería un poco la idea de esto. Si eres muy agresivo, tú vas a esperar a que no bajes mucho de donde estás ahorita en estos 78. Si eres, esto es el trade que yo creo tiene más probabilidad de jugar, entre 76 y 75, simplemente por este wick. No me sorprendería si te llevas el wick para abajo, que es lo que normalmente hace Bitcoin antes de subir, ¿no? Llevarte todos los bajos, que es lo que hace antes de bajar, llevarte todos los altos. Entonces, esa sería la jugada. Si eres alcista, estos son tus puntos. Si eres bajista, es muy fácil. Has estado acumulando cortos toda esta zona y usando esto de invalidación, estos altos, ¿no? Que es lo que todos los cracks en X están haciendo. Y normalmente, esta es una cosa de las que más me hace reír de ver análisis en X. Está todo el mundo diciendo, esto es muy bajista, Bitcoin no está haciendo un nuevo alto. Antes de caer, cualquier animal sin cerebro puede ver esto. Antes de caer, esta chingadera que hace. Nuevos altos. Nuevos altos. Se lleva todos los, ¿no? Y aquí tenías, no sé si puedan ver, aquí donde están todos esos EMAs. Aquí tenías el siguiente nivel. Se lo llevó acá, ¿ok? Entonces Bitcoin está haciendo poca madre con todos estos güeyes que son... ahora, esto es ya mi análisis, ¿ok? Ya les di los de Alex y los de Farhan. Long en esas zonas. Y si caemos de los 72, el retesteo de los 72 para abajo es lo que vas a usar como tu corto a la zona de 68 hasta 65. Eso es todo. Personalmente, yo estoy más en el camp de estos más o menos 76, 75. Es donde yo voy a abrir una posición en literalmente 76 planos y 75 a promediarlos. Y eso es lo que va a subir. ¿Dónde voy a poner mi invalidación? A eliminación, a la verga con un 20x. Es lo que voy a jugar. Esa es simplemente mi jugada. ¿Por qué? Porque a mí lo que me está diciendo Bitcoin es lo que me dijo aquí abajo que era el fondo, ¿no? Güey, vienes, no te llevas. Voy a ponerlo en la semanal rapidísimo para que sea más claro y más fácil de explicar. Caes en el primer putazo a la baja, ¿no? Aquí. Y no te llevas este mínimo. ¿Recuerdan cuántas veces les dije eso? Y no te llevaste el mínimo, lo respetaste como pinche campeón. Ni madres, vas a caer debajo de él. Vean dónde cayeron. Abajito de él. Esto es por psicología. La gente que lee tablas y solamente, y esto fue lo que hemos aprendido poco a poco, solamente haces análisis técnico puro y duro, vas a caer en estas trampas todo el tiempo. Por eso Bitcoin hace esto. El juego de Bitcoin es este. ¿No? Que haga pum, 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 con bajos más bajos para después subir. 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 Y ya que tienes las subidas, es donde tienes las caídas. Tienes las subidas, tienes las caídas. ¿Ok? Es así de fácil. Aquí está invitando a todo el mundo que sigue siendo bajista y que no puede superar esto, porque la única cosa que le queda a la gente en este momento de, no, güey, es que esto es el ciclo de 4 años ya, es literalmente, según ellos, el pump atrasado de julio y agosto. Es solo eso. Esta convergencia de precio que está tan cerca del último pump, no lo habías tenido nunca. Nunca. En el ciclo del 2022 tienes el pompazo de agosto, ve lo lejos que está del de mayo. El último alto más bajo estaba en 32,000, en 25. Es una diferencia de 22%, tío. 22%. No te estaba dando un corto aquí para engañarte. Literalmente lo único que hizo fue la mamada de consolidar para arriba. ¿Ok? En el 2018 tienes el pump de julio-agosto aquí y tienes el último alto aquí arriba. Otra vez, hasta el tope de eso fue un 15% invalidado. O sea, no podías usar esto para hacerle un corto a Bitcoin aquí. ¿Me entiendes? Es las gatas que hace Bitcoin. Y aquí te está dando un corto para que entres de 1.66% o de 5%. Es más, a donde estás ahorita solamente 6%. O sea, me tienes que estar chingando. Ve este último de acá, donde 98 acá estás hablando de 15%. Ni madres, güey. Este está aquí cerca porque es esto. Lo que están viendo es esto. Para mí, lo que estamos viendo, y esto ya es entrando, ¿no? En todas mis estupideces y lo que les cuento. ¿Qué es lo que sabemos nosotros? Uno, que tenían que engañar a la gente y fliparla alcista en este momento. Que iban a subir los intereses. Es lo que tenían que hacer. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando fliparon a la gente que iban a subir los intereses en el 2023, el precio de Bitcoin subió. Por eso yo me baso en esto. Cuando sacaron a Ray Dalio, y también la bolsa subió, cuando sacaron a Ray Dalio y sacaron todas sus armas de emergencia para decirme que esto era muy, muy, muy bajista porque los intereses iban a subir, todo subió menos los intereses. O sea, no lo subió la Reserva Federal. Y otra cosa que es completamente estúpida para mí, en mi opinión, que siguen creyendo todos ustedes, si la Reserva Federal ya bajó los intereses, ¿por qué los intereses no están abajo? Porque no hace nada. Es una ilusión muy cabrona que es impresionante siga funcionando con toda la gente. Han bajado los intereses 6 veces. Siguen en el mismo nivel. ¿No? Está cabrón. Ok. No me quiero tardar mucho en esto. Lo que yo creo es, y tengo que contar yo mis propias mamadas a mí mismo para poder analizar esto de la mejor forma y poder saber qué opción es la que están tomando, ¿no? Yo me doy todas las opciones y de ahí estoy preparado para la mayor cantidad de escenarios, aunque hay escenarios en los que no estaré preparado, definitivamente. Pero para mí, güey, no vienes aquí a darme un alto que puedo invalidar acá para el mejor corto de mi vida. O sea, tengo que ser un imbécil o el mercado tiene que creer que soy un imbécil para yo creérmela, ¿no? Porque ¿cuándo lo ha hecho Bitcoin? Vino y te dio el corto, ¿no? Tenías todas las invalidaciones están acá, subió. Todas las invalidaciones están acá, subió. Todas las invalidaciones están acá, subió. Nel, güey. Y lo estás aguantando perfectamente por debajo de. ¿Nunca has visto una puta tabla o qué pedo? Pero vean lo que todo el mundo señala en X. Está consolidando para abajo. Definitivamente es bajista, ¿no? El pedo acá es que yo no creo, porque muchos de ustedes, o tal vez por cómo lo digo, ¿no? Consideren que estoy viendo un superciclo donde vamos a tener 4 años más de subida. Eso sí no lo creo. Eso no, pero no lo creo para nada. Lo que yo creo es que tienes a lo que están llamando un superciclo, ellos ahorita, y hay dos cosas que tengo que distinguir. Efectivamente creo que el sector cripto va a reventar durísimo cuando nos saquen del megamercado bajista que va a venir. Todavía no estamos ahí. Entonces, ahí también sí creo que vamos a ver precios completamente ridículos, etcétera. Lo que yo creo ahorita y lo que están llamando el superciclo y lo que los están invitando a ser cogidos es esto. ¿Se acuerdan cuando caímos en los aranceles tan famosos? ¿Y ven lo rápido que nos recuperamos? Esta es una tabla semanal. Fue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. En 7 semanas ya habías llegado, cabrón, de 74 a 112. Y de ahí no consolidaste poquitito para continuar subiendo. ¿Ok? Yo creo que podríamos ver algo así. Yo creo que estamos aquí empezando a la trepada. La otra cosa que me gusta de ver esto, el comportamiento del patrón es idéntico, nada más alargado. ¿Por qué estoy viendo eso? Porque yo sé que en enero a todos ustedes los están intentando meter en la idea de que van a subir los intereses porque la inflación sigue con todo. La inflación fue causada porque le dieron dinero a todo el mundo y todo el mundo lo malgastó. La inflación de ahorita es causada porque literalmente están subiendo precios por ninguna razón cuando no hay demanda detrás de ellos. Por ninguna cuando no hay demanda no puedes subir precios, pero ellos pueden hacer lo que quieran porque tienen dinero ilimitado. El mejor ejemplo que les puedo dar es Tesla. Estás vendiendo menos coches, brother, y estás subiendo precios. ¿Qué clase de puta técnica es esa tan estúpida? No, si nunca has tenido un negocio no lo vas a entender. Pero si ustedes tienen un negocio, díganme cuando no tienen ventas, ¿por qué vas a subir el precio de tu producto? No tiene sentido alguno. Es solamente para engañar a todo el mundo y hacerlos ver esto como si fuera una realidad. No lo es. No lo es. Los convencieron de aquí arriba de que iban a bajar intereses, a estar aquí abajo, a que van a subir intereses. Y por alguna razón ustedes creen que bajar intereses es alcista. Lo es, pero 3 años después, no instantáneamente. Y eso es lo que quieren que se le olvide a la gente. Es más, cuando bajaron intereses acá, todavía no ha pasado nada. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes que llegar al punto, después de, han visto todas estas bajaditas, donde llegas al final de la cama y luego tienes la caída fuerte. ¿Eso qué fue? El 2020. Una caída en la bolsa súper rápida. Pero pueden ver, aquí solamente subieron los tipos poquito. ¿No? Por eso fue un mercado chico bajista el del 2018. Porque solamente subieron tipos poquito. Aquí tenemos la subida de tipos más grande de toda la historia. De 0 hasta acá. Eso nunca lo habíamos visto. Esta fue en el 2004. Llegas acá y los empiezan a tirar. En el 2007, 2008, 2009. Esa fue la recesión del 2009. Te bajaron tipos acá en el 2000. Esa fue la recesión del .com, tío. No sé cómo más explicarlo. Pero por alguna razón la mayor cantidad de ustedes creen que bajar tipos es alcista. No lo es. Regresando a Bitcoin. Yo lo que creo que estamos viendo es esto. ¿Por qué? Simplemente porque tienes un periodo alargado. Lo que estás viendo no es un ciclo de Bitcoin, lo que estás viendo es un ciclo de política monetaria, lo he dicho 1,000,000 de veces. Esto, y aquí les van las opciones. Todo ese pedo para cagar aguado. Si subimos en putiza, y esto se los había contado antes, aquí para diciembre estamos en los 100,000, 104,000. Voy a empezar a ver dónde me van a cambiar la narrativa. Y yo creo que la narrativa que me van a cambiar aquí, uno, es bastante fácil saber cuando hay un tope porque la gente se pone, no puede bajar. Eso es lo más fácil de todo. Pero es todos. Cuando pones, ahorita si le dices a alguien, Bitcoin va a caer, la mitad de Twitter te dice que sí, la mitad te dice que no. Eso es un cambio de tendencia. Lo que la gente todavía no ha aprendido. Cuando todo el mundo es alcista, es cuando todo vale verga. Cuando en Tesla todo el mundo me dijo, no, güey, se va a seguir a $1,200, la automatización, todo. Va a bajar. Y cayó. Cuando estás en el fondo de Bitcoin y todo el mundo te dice, no, güey, no va a subir, va a continuar cayendo. Ahí es cuando estás viendo el fondo. Y luego tienes esta pelea ahorita de todo el mundo contra todo el mundo. Eso es porque hay un cambio de tendencia. Eso es la psicología de esto. Si este pedo viene rápido y tenemos esto, simplemente entendiendo nosotros que en enero van a... Porque todo el mundo lo sigue ignorando. Todo el mundo sigue ignorando el hecho de que van a meter toda la deuda de Estados Unidos en cripto, ¿ok? ¿Qué es lo que va a pasar? Va a crear una alta demanda por bonos, lo contrario a lo que te están contando. Y eso quiere decir que los intereses eventualmente van a bajar. No tienen que bajar instantáneamente en enero, que lo sepan ustedes. No tienen que. Puede durar hasta febrero, marzo, mediados de año, güey. Lo que tú quieras. Porque recuerda, Michael Berry vio las quiebras y completamente estos cupones valer verga y estas empresas tronar y abrió su corto y le duró 2 años el show. Y eso es lo que está cabrón. Pero si esto sube rápido, muy rápido, de aquí a diciembre estás en los 100,000 o antes, yo no esperaría que nos fuéramos a 180. En la última subida de Bitcoin, ¿se acuerdan que los objetivos eran sencillos? 133 a 135. Es lo que yo esperaría. ¿Qué es lo que hace Bitcoin antes de caer? Te llevas los máximos, güey, por poquito, no por mucho. 108, 109, 120. Yo debería por acá en los 130, y aquí es donde digo, me bajo del barco, porque van a ver, y esto es lo que les había dicho, y no sé cuántos de ustedes recuerden, que si vemos esto pasar rápido, esta mamada va a venir a los 45 hasta los 35 de verdad. Porque tiene que ser el mercado bajista. Tienes que verlo, o todavía peor podría ser. Pero esto tiene que ser un mercado súper bajista. Porque cada vez que han bajado intereses, cada vez que los han bajado, has tenido una crisis gigantesca. 2008, 2000, 2020. La del 2000, no podemos comparar el 2020. ¿Por qué? Porque el 2020 fue lo más manipulado de toda la historia, en todos los sentidos de todo. Entonces, por eso estoy listo para esto. Para mí, el que todo el mundo crea que vamos a caer, esta vela semanal me esté dando o sea, vean esta belleza. Si eres bajista, estás haciendo tu corto, tienes tu invalidación acá y estás viendo esta vela semanal así, dime que no la tienes parada en este momento. Dime, es el final, brother, ahí está. Ya chingué, toda esta bola de alcistas pendejos van a comer verga. ¿Qué ha hecho Bitcoin todos los días después de que cierra la bolsa? Nuevos altos, nuevos altos, nuevos altos, nuevos cierres más altos. No, es a lo que se ha dedicado esta chingadera. Verme, déjenme, voy a poner mi trade. Un segundito. Uh-huh. Ok. ¿Cuánto es esto? Sí, 75 planos. Ok, 75, 100, 76, 100. Vámonos. Listo. A ver si me lo da. Estás viendo esto hoy. No la tienes parada si eres un cortero. No estás del lado corto. No, esto se ve como el cielo de los cortos. Güey, ve qué bonito. Y aparte es roja la vela, güey. Acá mínimo te la dio en verde con un súper nuevo alto. Aquí no, aquí es roja. Dramática. Güey, ya viene para abajo, brother. Recuerda. Recuerda, brother. Esto está consolidando para abajo y es muy bajista eso en Bitcoin. Definitivamente no es alcista. Y ahora, ustedes, recuerden, hagan sus apuestas, brothers. Yo estoy mal en el 2020, en el ciclo del 2022. La primera vez en la vida que compré Bitcoin fue en $89,000 y lo vendí en $2,000, efectivamente. Efectivamente. Impresionante. Así que sepan a quién le están haciendo caso, ¿no? Tomen ustedes sus propias decisiones. Si ustedes están viendo esto, saben análisis técnico, vean, güey, ven lo fácil que lo tienen. Tienes un corto perfectamente dibujado, ilustrado aquí para poder continuar a la baja. Pero para mí es sencillo. Mámense esto. Yo estoy llevando el gráfico de 3 días, es el que lleva mi pauta. Y también les tengo que enseñar CME en putiza. Aquí vienes a retestear el promedio del 100, que lo había roto aquí a la alza, que está en 75,800, posiblemente el promedio del 5, que no lo has tocado desde que te desprendiste acá en agosto 26, que está en 74. Aguantar acá para venir parte alta de esto, 84. Pero, güey, si ya te llevaste esto, vas a pompear tantito solamente 84 y dejar que alguno de estos güeyes se quede en él. El promedio del 200 está en 89. Más o menos 88, 89 es lo que yo estaría viendo. Y ahora, aquí me voy a poner en corto. ¿Por qué? Creo que ya se va a ir para abajo. No, aquí le va a dar miedo ya a los cortos a hacer corto. Esto a toda la gente que ahorita está de valiente, de sí, güey, ve mi corto, está cabrón y está funcionando perfecto. Aquí, ahí todos van a estar de Nel, güey. Nos tenemos que ir en long y tengo que agregar. Y esta es la zona donde más o menos voy a buscar un corto. Ahora, estoy adelantándome a lo que va a pasar y hasta que no juegue y no lo esté viendo en tiempo real y vea cuáles son las reacciones y lo que está pasando, no les voy a completamente garantizar que es el caso, pero es el escenario que tengo. Los voy a llevar rápido a la de 5 días, pero en CME. Aquí estamos justo, ¿no? Rechazando el 200, el 100, obra de arte. Pero vean esto. En CME cerraste por encima del 55 y el 100. Vienes y estás testeando la parte alta del 50% con un retesteo de un promedio que literalmente CME no había perdido desde noviembre del 2025. Y nunca lo volvió a retestear, ¿ok? Y esto para mí es importantísimo, porque ustedes saben cómo me encantan mis retesteos. ¿Ven el promedio del 34 aquí abajo? En 74 nadie se va a meter. Los cortos se van a emocionar, me lo voy a llevar hasta 69, me lo voy a llevar a 65, ahí es donde ya chingué. Yo creo que 75, 76 es lo que vamos a ver, pero el promedio del 34 no lo has retesteado desde que caíste acá. O sea, literalmente caíste, lo retesteaste en noviembre y para abajo. En otros mercados bajistas, una vez que CME cerró por encima del promedio del 34, la línea blanca, por si se lo preguntaban, ya habías visto el fondo. Mi ciclo del 2018. CME cierra por encima del promedio del 34, ya habías visto el fondo. Y la idea aquí, para todos ustedes, para entrar en algo sencillo, solamente piensen en esto psicológicamente. Tienen a todo el mundo, voy a quitar esto, tienen a todo el mundo ahorita pensando en esto. ¿Por qué es este nivel? Sí. Porque esta era resistencia que se volvió soporte, engaño a la alza, soporte. Entonces, romper los 81, 161 va a ser acá el fin de esto. Y obviamente llevarte esto. ¿Por qué no lo ha hecho? ¿Para regalarle a todo el mundo un corto gratis? ¿O va a consolidar acá? Seguir metiendo más y más cortos, porque aquí la gente no se está trepando en long. La gente que compró aquí abajo, ¿no? La gente que compró aquí abajo, y conmigo incluido, te estamos diciendo, espérate un pullback, güey, ¿no? O sea, no compres el tope de este movimiento. Entonces, la mayor cantidad de gente que quiere entrar está esperando a que baje. A 65, a 55, a lo que quieran. La mayor cantidad de gente que quiere entrar está esperando a que baje. Y la gente que es experta, según ellos, en análisis técnico y le quiere hacer el corto más cabrón de toda la historia, Bitcoin acá, donde te lo puso súper fácil, los está invitando aquí a no reventar esto. Porque para todos ellos, la gente de análisis técnico, te vas a llevar una gran cantidad de gente. Una vez que rompas esto a la alza, se van a rendir y va a decir que ya va a continuar subiendo. ¿Ok? Eso es un juego psicológico. ¿Por qué? Porque Solana ya lo hizo. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que Solana rompió el alto de marzo o de febrero en el ciclo del 2022? Fue aquí, en julio del 2023. ¿No? En julio del 2023. Esta fue tu caída de noviembre del 2022 y aquí tienes todos tus saltos. Lo rompió hasta julio del 2023, repitiéndome. Dejó que toda esta gente aquí nunca hiciera un nuevo alto, pum, 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 para abajo. Pero no, el bajo lo habías visto ya en diciembre. Y Ethereum me parece que es muy diferente. Enero del 2022. No, aquí tienes la caída total de... Sí, es muy diferente porque Ethereum tuvo más fuerza en la caída de abril, todavía seguía aquí arriba. La caída de agosto acá, pero ¿cuándo se llevó el último máximo Ethereum? ¿No? O sea, el último alto. Acá, en abril del 2023, güey. El único que no lo ha hecho es Bitcoin. Entonces, están simplemente a la gente que no está volteando a ver ninguna otra puta tabla o no sé, y que no sé si tradean Bitcoin todo el tiempo, porque si alguien aquí te está diciendo, aquí está el corto perfecto viendo esto, y está sacándote una tabla haciendo esto, esa persona, tío, no pone atención a los detalles. Y es por eso que es tan fácil llevarte a la gente de análisis técnico a la mierda. Porque cada tabla tiene su lenguaje, lo hemos visto 1000 veces. Y si Bitcoin toda esta semana ha estado cerrando el hijo de su putísima madre por encima, pero después de que cierran la bolsa, adivina qué es hoy, viernes. Y abre la bolsa el fin de semana. No, tienes 3 días para hacer esas mamadas. Fuera de eso, tienes las lunas, carnal. Aquí está tu luna. Ahora, cuando sale la luna, ya habías visto este bajo. ¿Bajó un poquito más? Sí, puede bajar un poquito más a estos niveles. Venir, apoyarse y vámonos para arriba. También lo otro es, en la mensual, déjeme quito las lunas, que ahí es donde se va a poner loca. En la mensual, te va a dar instantáneamente esto, el trend shift, esto es el cambio de tendencia, te lo va a confirmar antes del lunes, no sé. Me cuesta trabajo que sea tan agresivamente alcista, ¿no? Imagínate, vas a cerrar este fin de semana ya por encima de esto y confirmar que, pues ya la verga, rompiste la tendencia bajista, o se va a esperar a septiembre en esta zona, seguir cargando a la gente en sus cortos y eventualmente reventar a la alza. Y aquí ya es un poco más de trabajo conspiranoico. Pero aquí lo importante a seguir en la mensual, y sin que se pierda la narrativa de todo esto, es nunca en tu puta vida has visto a Bitcoin cerrar por encima del promedio del 55 mensual y este está solamente en $64,000. Y que no haya sido el fondo. Una vez que cerraste por encima de la línea naranjita, ya fue el fondo, acá confirmado en el 2022, acá en el 2018, cerraste por encima de esto, confirmado. La única cosa que le queda a la gente que está diciendo que seguimos bajistas, lo único que les queda es que siempre ha fondeado en noviembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre. Literalmente lo único. Es el único argumento que les queda. Pero hemos visto que nunca, esto fue lo que nos rompió la opinión, nunca habíamos visto esta consolidación para abajo. Hasta cuando se vio el fondo. Y eso fue para mí lo que marcó el Nel, güey. No me voy a esperar como todo pendejo. Digo, no me voy a pelear con la gente, como no me interesa para nada. Lo único que me interesa es hacer dinero. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. No es normal la fuerza que tiene Solana ahorita, Ethereum, y se los digo, los NFTs. Entonces ahí lo tienen. ¿Quieres ser bajista? Güey, nadie está peleado con tu idea. Perfecto. Tienes la invalidación de la historia con este tope. No lo vas a romper porque eso significaría romper la tendencia a la alza y eso sería el sueño mojado de toda la gente bajista en este momento. Digo, el sueño mojado de toda la gente alcista. Entonces no vas a romper esto. Pero les voy a decir esto, una vez que lo rompas es cuando tienes el chance a bajar para subir. Tal vez. Solamente para que lo tengan en mente. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos a ver SanDisk for a trade, por favor.
All right, let me get on that. Nice. Yeah, SanDisk, the chart that couldn't get it up. I was long with the boys here, actually playing this exact long setup we gave last week, which was solely based on a higher low, back test of 1600, expansion up to around 2000. Really playing this kind of idea. But you can quickly see, I mean, SanDisk then lost the daily 5, diminishing that long trigger, rejected 1600 for 2 days, and then ended up going to the next spot around 1400. Where are we now? Well, you'll see SanDisk is actually in the middle of the range. You are actually entering into a daily sell trigger at this current point. You're really watching to see if you're going to actually get a breakdown here on SanDisk potentially. Now, again, you've kind of been in here before. You get chopped. You can definitely chop between the range. It's not really until you actually lose that daily EMA 100 where then SanDisk does end up going on a breakdown move. You lost it, closed at 1,280. And you can see for the next 2 days, you proceed to go all the way down to a low of $998. Butcher that, $998 essentially. So for me, I'd be watching for a breakdown trade here now. I was wanting a long, and the long trigger is still valid, but you'll need the reclaim of 1600 for that to even be a possibility. Until then, now you're just either waiting for a reclaim at 1600 to go long. You'll then target this high, stop loss at this low. But in all honesty, like I mentioned, daily sell trigger, and you're putting in price divergence as shown here. So more likely actually a breakdown. Once you lose the daily EMA 100, I would be looking for a short at that zone at 1400 to 1424. And that possibly gives you that move to 970 again. We're basically just running back this play here. Lost the daily 100, lost 1400. That is what took you to $980. So similar idea. I do believe that 970 to 980 will be a big bounce zone, and that'll be where you want to buy SanDisk potentially at the SMA 200 on the daily for most likely a nice mean reversion bounce. But until then, yeah, seems more likely to give us a breakdown move. Daily volatility is contracting, not giving us a setup yet, but close to one, maybe next week. So you can see daily will give you a volatility setup along with maybe a breakout, along with a breakdown. My apologies. Let's see. Has there really been any other times we've lost a daily 100? Because that's the basis of our trade, daily 100. Okay, and so you can see here, even on that 100 loss, just freshly populated, you didn't fully get the retest, got near it. You did dump 4%. Vice versa, though, reclaims, right, are very good for SanDisk above its daily EMA 100. So that's all I have really actually for a trade. We'll go back here. I'll show it in better terms. So short, right? On the loss, you're going to short the retest 1,400 to 1,426. Your stop loss can be at that last wick high. So assuming today's high, honestly, it's a pretty wide stop loss, honestly. But hey, I mean, you're getting a 31%. So low leverage, like 2x, 3x, 5x trade on this still could literally produce 60 to like 40%, even on like a 3x, which is pretty crazy. Even a 2x would give you a 60% move. So yeah, that's what I'm really saying. Patience will pay in the middle of a range. And if you really do want to talk about a breakout, just get back above 1600. I'm sure the higher time frames confirm this, like the weeklies lost to 9. You're looking for a rejection of your 21, and that'll actually take you closer to the 34. Look what happens when you lose that 34, something that's never been done before. Yeah, yikes. If you actually see Sandus start going into a weekly sell trigger, that'll really be bad for bulls, honestly. And then even here, 1400 on the bi-weekly. If you lose this spot, you're now getting a measured move down to that 1080 target. So I think it's actually wise to be waiting for the daily. Watch for either a 1600 reclaim or a loss of $1,400. Pay attention to your daily 100. Fully focus on your SMA 200 being a big bounce zone, and why we're probably not going to go much lower than that before a bounce. And that bounce could definitely lead to like a lower high and then lower, but in all realness, probably does grind a bottom out and break out from that point. I'm still bullish on SanDisk overall. I just want to start seeing it actually get a bounce. Um, and look, you're even getting back above the 5. So 3 days left to go. 1400 is a big spot. And that's exactly why I'm saying probably just be patient on trading this one. You don't want to position short right now, front running a loss of 1400. Next month opens up and, well, we just retest 1400 and move up. Yeah, that would suck, i.e. just the daily the monthly 5. So wait for the actual loss of the daily 100 and then short this all the way down to 970. I think it'll be a very nice trade.
Thank you, senor. Much appreciated.
Yeah,
Oof.
I wish SanDisk would have broken out, honestly, but whatever.
It kind of looks like it will, though, to me. You got, I mean, either that or a massive dump, just like you're saying. But you do have like a higher high right here from all of this area. You're just like right here below. And yeah, you're below the EMAs right here, but there's like a mega cluster right here. You just move a little bit higher than this. And this is where also you're not entering the short right now, which is smart. Because once you do this kind of and like clean this level right here, all of these EMAs are going to be support for a very large move up. But indeed, if you go lower than this, which is your thesis, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then you're going to probably lose the 100, and that'll be the rejection to continue down. And then you just invalidate right here.
And I believe, though, if we do see a 970 SanDisk, that's probably an opportunity, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like even the big dump just leads to like zones that have never been tested. Better examples like the daily SMA 200. Maybe then that's when we start making a new high. Maybe. But yeah, that's why I also gave the long scenario, because I believe if you get a 1600 reclaim, it's gonna bust up again, and there's no question about that.
Oh yeah, excelente. It's looking tempting. I want to see the weekly with RSI and all this bullshit. So volatility is trying to tell us something, but not very clear. Nothing here. This is such a new chart. All this is bullshit. So nothing. So the famous nothing. More than that. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing.
So I made a little post ski on Discord about adding to our Academy long at the 8-hour 21.
Nice. Very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah. I do love the people looking at Bitcoin. In all the other cycles, the previous high to invalidate like a short has been 15% or 20%. And right now it's like 1%. Like, yeah, Bitcoin is like Bitcoin is setting you guys all up for the best short in the universe. It's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. Oh no, I clicked it. Well, since we're here, just this right here, right? So from here to this high, 1.82%, right? That's all you need to invalidate it. Let's go on a weekly just to show you quickly. Last time, because people are like, now the 4-year cycle, the only thing they have like left is just like, it's just because it happens every time. The last time you had the pump right here in August till the next low was 9%, like 10% to invalidate it. Like it wasn't even fucking close. And then in 2018, you had the July, August pump right here. and to invalidate it, you were like at 13%. But no, right now it's giving you a 1% margin. So you can absolutely enter with high leverage and you can earn as much money as you can, my buddy. And also, I love the topping candle right now. Like if you're a bear and you do this, right? Because everybody's coming in with this invalidation. Because remember, it's not going to trend shift. What a trade. Look at this. Do you understand how genius I am at by being short right here? Do you get it, Farhan? Do you understand how smart I am?
I didn't realize I was muted this whole time.
I'm about to make so much money right now.
Bitcoin is the most generous bear Jesus on the planet.
Yes, absolutely. Just in case you didn't know that. So that's what's happening. It's incredible. Okay, thank you, Alex. All right, we'll get to it in a second. Bien, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo en SanDisk? Rapidísimo voy a quitar los EMAs para que lo podamos ver en putiza. Tienes alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo, pero tienes un alto más bajo, un bajo más alto. Aquí se rompe esa tendencia. Y luego, ¿qué tienes? Un alto más alto que todos estos. Está rompiendo la tendencia y puede que esto simplemente continúe a la alza. Pero por ahora, también lo que puedes simplemente estar haciendo es, en general, es esto. ¿Ok? Y si este es el movimiento, lo que vas a hacer es un bajo más bajo después de este alto más bajo, ¿no? Que es más generalizado en más altas tendencias, es donde lo puedes ver así, si lo quieres ver de forma sencilla. ¿Ves? En la semanal, por ejemplo, tienes el movimiento sencillo. Bajo, alto, y luego deberías de hacer un bajo más bajo. Si es que la diaria no está revertiendo la tendencia. ¿Ok? Y esa es la pregunta que te tienes que hacer en este momento. De acuerdo a lo que estamos viendo aquí, les tiene Alex algo bastante sencillo de seguir. No tienes el trade ahorita mismo. No lo tienes. No lo tienes porque no es claro. Si quieres meter un corto, ¿qué es lo que vas a hacer? Llévate este mínimo. Llévate este mínimo a la baja y te va a poner muy probablemente por debajo del promedio del 100. Y aquí lo que vas a querer hacer es no entrar instantáneamente que te lleves el mínimo. Esa va a ser tu primera, ponle atención, y tu segunda va a ser un cierre diario por debajo del promedio del 100. Una vez que tengas el cierre bajo por debajo del promedio del 100, de esta línea acá, tienes todos tus promedios aquí juntos, tíos. Si esto te da el movimiento para abajo, hace un movimiento fortísimo para abajo. ¿Ok? ¿Y dónde pondrías tu take profit? Ahora, ¿dónde lo invalidas? Lo vas a invalidar con esta vela. Porque una vez que te lleves esta vela para arriba, pues no, güey, ya marcaste fondo. Porque si tienes una vela que hace esto y haces esto aquí arriba, literalmente marcaste aquí un fondo. ¿Ok? Entonces, aquí hay un corto. Si pierdes el promedio del 100 diario, tu primera llamada va a ser llevarte este bajo, ¿no? Y esto es una de las cosas que cuando viene alguien aquí y ve un video de estos, ¿estás diciendo que puede pasar las dos cosas? Sí, pero estás posicionado para cualquiera de las dos cosas. Es la diferencia entre alguien, un especulador de bien, y alguien que no entiende esto. Entonces, para ponerte en corto, jálate este mínimo, ten un cierre por debajo del 100, retesteo el promedio del 100 o de este mínimo y tu invalidación en esta vela, aquí arriba. Que no pase deme un segundito que ahí pinté, que no pase de 1517.75, 1518. Y ahí te vas a llevar este mínimo hasta casi el SMA 200. Mámate, porque ahí es donde sería el nuevo bajo. Aquí. O sea, sería un buen movimiento. Ahora, quieres estar del otro lado y quieres estar en un long, ¿no? Se puede. ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Ten un cierre por encima de estos, de esta vela de acá, sube, cierra acá, y el retesteo de esta vela así es lo que vas a tomar de long. El pedo, creo que ahí te queda ya la invalidación mucho más lejos. La puedes tomar con muy, muy poco apalancamiento. 2, 3X. Y esto te debería de llevar porque, de nuevo, tienes todos los promedios ahí. El pedo de Sandys es que no tiene datos. Te debería dar un mínimo nuevo alto de esto, entre este y este, entre 1833 y 1950. Cualquiera de las dos jugadas está abierta en este momento viendo esto. No hay preferencia. Si volteas a ver, volatilidad está contrayendo, RSI simplemente está yéndose de ladito. El histogram es positivo ahorita, estás por encima del promedio del 200 en el MACD, y lo que podrías estar viendo es simplemente un bajón acá para retestear el promedio y continuar a la alza. Podría ser. O simplemente el cruce a la baja, que es lo que te daría el trade a la baja. Por eso está literalmente en medio de todo este pedo. Espero que haya quedado claro. Una cosa que preguntaron, que lo voy a tocar yo en putiza. Están preguntando de Forex, ¿no? De el dólar ante el yen y no sé, o sea, te aventaste, güey. Te mamaste, Kevin, ¿no? Pone, tío, después de la caída que tuvimos en el dólar, creo que ya vimos el fondo y de nuevo vamos para arriba y de nuevo en el dólar, y ya lo habías contado, creo, que en el yen japonés va adelante y la primera moneda es la que despega la alza, el dólar contra el yen, y el Dixie tiene divergencias alcistas en el RSI. El Dixie tiene divergencias alcistas en el RSI, pero mámate lo que pone, ¿no? Igual que todas las monedas como USD, NMX y todo esto. ¿Me podrías dar tu opinión y revisar alguna de esas monedas? Lo único que yo estoy viendo en todo esto que es Forex es esto. ¿Es esta? Denme un segundito. No, es al revés. Ahí está. Esta combinación, USD JPY y USD MXN, ¿ok? Tengo un setup de volatilidad preparándose en la semanal. No tengo absolutamente respuesta de nada. Tengo el RSI peleándose con el promedio y lo mismo tengo en el MACD. No tengo una respuesta aquí de nada. En la de 2 semanas también tengo un setup de volatilidad. Ahora, atento, el setup de volatilidad hasta ahorita, en la de 2 semanas, hasta ahorita, está empezando a apuntar para arriba ante estas velas verdes. Lo que yo digo y lo que les he dicho es esto. Siempre y cuando, y esto está apuntando para arriba, la volatilidad todavía no está confirmado y estás a punto de hacer un nuevo alto, ¿ok? Lo puedes ver aquí. Si te llevas este máximo acá en el nivel del 9.441, es un nuevo alto. ¿Cuándo ves a la bolsa ajustar en Estados Unidos? Esto fue a lo que todo el mundo dijo de Japón. Cuando subió aquí fue cuando regresó hasta arriba. Luego, esta fue la caída de los aranceles y esto ha sido el mercado alcista de la bolsa. ¿Ok? Ahorita tiene cara de continuación a la alza. Si continúa la alza, continúas para arriba con la bolsa. Ahorita lo que el dólar está haciendo, y tienen que entender esto, yo creo que esto es algo que no sé si les he explicado mucho, como todo lo demás, que debería yo de enfatizarlo un poco más. En Estados Unidos, a la gran mayoría de todos nosotros nos están vendiendo que hay una inflación incontrolable y que es por culpa del dinero y que es por culpa de que todo el mundo es rico. Pregúntale a la gente qué tan rica es, ¿no? Están en la mierda. Pero, además de decirles y subir precios de todo, tienen que mantener al dólar débil hasta que esto se dé la vuelta. ¿Por qué? Porque un dólar débil ayuda a la narrativa inflacionaria. Hace que todo lo que importemos cueste más y la gente no lo pueda cuestionar. Entonces, cuando todo se dé la vuelta, que se vaya a ir ya a la mierda absolutamente la bolsa y cripto y todo esto, ahí es cuando van a dejar correr al dólar como va a tener que correr. Y esto es parte de la ilusión. Como están fabricando la ilusión de que los intereses van a subir y la verga, es parte de esto. Porque recuerda, la inflación sigue muy fuerte. Por eso te está diciendo que la los intereses. Ve, nadie está comprando cosas, pero tenemos que subir los precios, porque, güey, es que la gente tiene tanto dinero que no está comprando nada. Tenemos que subir los precios de todo. Y lo mismo pasa con el dólar. Vas a importar algo, tío, te tiene que costar una lana, más. Y la gente diga, verga, güey, es que todos los importes que estoy haciendo cuestan más. Sí, güey, porque te están reteniendo artificialmente el dólar. El día que te digan, y ahora no sé cómo va a pasar, no sé si primero nos va a dar el putazo y después nos van a decir que van a bajar los tipos, o si nos van a prometer que van a bajar los tipos y ahí es cuando tienes que correr. Cuando eso ocurra, ese es el final y esto lo vas a ver darse la vuelta y llevarse este mínimo. Ahí es cuando sabes que el dólar va a encarrerarse como su puta madre a la alza y todas las demás monedas a la mierda. Por eso ahorita la idea es, en tu moneda nacional probablemente está muy fuerte en contra del dólar, como el peso colombiano, el dólar colombiano, no sé qué vergas tengan en Colombia, el peso mexicano, etcétera. Es porque ahorita quieres acumular dólares. La cantidad de dinero que vayas a tener en cash, en reservas, en vez de tenerlo en pesos, yo, por ejemplo, gano cierta cantidad de pesos al mes, ¿no? Porque me paga mi esposa mexicana por ser un mantenido. No sé si tengo que decirles que es una broma eso, porque hay veces que usan mis bromas en contra mía, sin saber que no me están insultando, solamente lo pendejos que son. Entonces tengo que repetirlo. Gano dinero mensual en México. La mayor cantidad de ese dinero lo he puesto, lo he mandado a mi cuenta de Estados Unidos a tenerlo en dólares. ¿Por qué? Porque está muy, muy fuerte el peso contra el dólar. Voy a comprar la mayor cantidad de dólares posibles. Y ahora, mucha parte de ese dinero lo metí ahorita en la bolsa. Pero lo que no sigue en dólares sentado en mi cuenta. No quiero tener pesos, porque cuando esto se dé la vuelta, vas a tener de lo que te queda en cash en la cuenta, básicamente 20, 30, 50% más de valor si estás en dólares que en pesos. Pero esto se tiene que dar la vuelta cuando ellos lo dejen. Cuando estén, que acaben el plan de que todo lo que quieren hacer para poder arruinar a todo el mundo financieramente, ahí es cuando lo van a hacer. Esta es la tabla que tienes que ver. Una vez más, es para que lo tengas, ¿no? Ahí, USD JPY entre USD MXN. ¿Ok? Listo. Vamos con la que sigue. Circle para invertir. Circle, please, for an investment.
Alrighty, circle. Ooh, circle action. And so before investments, let's go up. Circle internet group. You know, they're very serious people when they put group in their name.
I actually really enjoyed the time when NFTs and all that shit was going up, because everybody had like a global investing in their name, like, and they would announce like, it's like Johnny bought a fucking NFT, but instead he was like Johnny Capital LLC bought a
Johnny Capital has invested in N-word dick.
yeah. And they'd make the announcement. The fucking internet is priceless.
I can't say the word on air, but N-word butt.
I have a question. When Alex was saying the blackest of black swans, do you think black people know? And if no, I'm telling you this, black people. You guys know that whenever regular people that are not black, any race whatsoever, says like a black person, they whisper it even though there's not a black person around. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if you're talking to someone and they're like, it's a black person.
Because some people take that as racist.
I know, but you know what I mean?
I'm not black.
So there you have
Lord
it.
Voldemort.
There you have it.
For all the nerds that watch Harry Potter. So let's start on the 2 week on Circle. So momentum is starting to flip back up from the edge of the bearish control zone. We are, let's see, what is this low here? This is $60 and $60.04. and this is $60.46. So it is a higher low and on price and a higher low on momentum. So there is no divergence present here, and you're getting a nice rejection from your 21 EMA. Although for a more long-term signal, it doesn't. It's looking more so bullish. And more long-term bullish, short-term corrective, rather than this rejection being like, oh, it's gonna die from here. Because sure, true, you do have previous rejections of this 21 EMA, but the main thing to note here is that despite the fact that you are rejecting your 21 in about 2 hours and 50 minutes, about 3 hours, you are about to close back over the median, and this is going to be the first time that you are above the median or closing back over the median since you closed back below it. Over around this region, and the median at that point, you were above it for a long time. You're above it, then you came back, you came below it, and then you rejected it, and now you're getting back above it. And it also lines up with a 9 EMA around like $80. And as long as you are, and you've broken back into the bottom 38.2%. So if you can close over the median, that would give you 61.8% chance for going to the top 38.2%, which currently sits around $108. So the ideal entry on this would be around that 9, right around like 78 to $80. And that would be percentage wise, how much is it? 38.2%? 40%, not bad. And see anything else? This low is at 63.93. This low is at $60. So this is a lower low, and this low is at 71. So you do have 3 drives of bullish divergence present here on the 2-week, and that also will confirm with any closure above about $76, $75.89. That's very interesting to see that 3 drives of bullish divergence is usually what you see off the bottoms off of reversals. And now that you've run that IPO price, also I'd like to see that as well. Let's mark that off with a little meme line here at this IPO price, the opening price. And if you see that, we came back down, deviated that whenever we held it as support here. Whenever you deviated, you got a massive move up. This is from closure over the IPO price. You went up another 63%. If you were to take it from the bottom, from the open, this went up like 130%. And now you are deviating the IPO price once again. This area was previously resistance, lining up with your median, and now you are above that area, and you're using it as expansion off of that zone. So this is what gives you more confluence with that idea that any retest into this median /9 EMA is going to be ideal support for, or ideal for entries. And what else? Last time you deviated it, you did take out your last lower high after you deviated it. And currently your last lower high is right over here. You've taken that one out, and your next lower high is at around $140, which also currently lines up with your 78.6%, which would be your target effort if you can close up for your 38.2%. Going to the weekly. Weekly is also still flipped up. Weekly is now closed over the 38.2%. It did reject the 78.6%. So you likely will see a little bit of a pullback here if you do close like this in about 3 hours to somewhere around $80, like $80 to $78. But that will be the ideal entry for some more busting action. Okay, 5-day. Same idea on the 5-day, little pullback into the 9, right around $78, $79. 2-day rejection off of the 100, momentum flipping down with volatility contracting. Likely you'll get to test somewhere around this region here, right around the 21, around $78. Daily also getting a rejection off the 78.6. Momentum's flipped down on the daily, volatility is contracting. Likely bring you into the top 38.2%, right around like $80. If you were to come down to the cross itself, that silver cross, that would bring you down to like $78. Four-hour also currently flipped down. Let me zoom in a little bit. Got some bearish divergence as well. Going to confirm with any closure below $93.24, and then that'll likely bring you down towards somewhere around like $82 to $78. All right, let's check out the RSI. Circle. Two-week is about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any closure over $72.86, and that will give you a target into the neutral zone. Well, basically they're already at $88.41, and then the next level, which will update several times. But right now, the bullish control zone's at $160. Likely will go down towards somewhere around that $130 number that we previously saw. Even that is pretty awesome. Weekly's got hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over $60.46, and your next target is around $112, which will update. What the hell is up with my RSI? Where's the look back? There we go. All right, let's go back to the weekly for a second. And okay, 5-day, nothing. Daily's putting in a local top. This will confirm as a local top with any closure below $90.35. That brings you down to around $76.74. Right around that entry zone. Also lines up with your silver cross on the daily. And 4 hours about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, brings you down to about $82. Momentum. Circle. 2-week momentum is very close to flipping back up, and this will flip back up if you can close over $85, and this will be maintaining the or rejecting the critical zone on the bearish side. And $60, no. Let's see what else. There is some regular bullish divergence because you are making a higher low on momentum or prices, making a lower low from these lows here. It's kind of harder to see on here, but you can't see it on the RSI. Weekly is also currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 59.82. And weekly is putting in hidden bullish divergence because you're taking out these lows on momentum, or price is making a higher low from this low here. And volatility is almost back to extreme lows. 5 days also flipped up as long as you're closing over $60. 2 days currently flipped down as long as you're closing 94. Daily is down as long as you're closing below 93. And 4 hours down as long as you're closing below 95.21. So anywhere around that $75 to $80 figure, I do think is going to be the spot for that longer term position based off of the weekly and the 2-week. Both of them are putting in bullish setups where the weekly currently does have hidden bullish divergence, where the 2-week is putting in regular bullish divergence, and you're getting over very important areas on the HPDR over the median currently. And if you can close over that zone, that does give you expansion into somewhere around $110 to $130. With some continuation upwards, depending on the reactions around that zone. But right now, with the 2-week hidden bullish divergence, with 2-week regular bullish divergence and hidden bullish divergence, and the weekly regular bullish divergence does take you upwards towards at least that $100 figure. But in the short term, I do think you'll see a little pullback to tag somewhere around that $75 to $80 number, which would be the top 38.2% across multiple timeframes. And then from there, as long as that level does hold, you should see continuation on a closing basis. You should see that continuation on that 2-week hidden bullish divergence. So the entries would be around $75 to $80, and for the stop loss, this would be a more long-term investment, but I'd want to stay in this as long as price is holding over about $60 on a closing basis, weekly closing basis, preferably.
Couldn't agree more. Literally what I have on the chart without touching it. It's exactly where it's trying to reject. This was my premise. That's 75.
Two autists think alike.
Yeah, fuck yeah. I'll be quick so that we can have some time. Voy a pasar esto rapidísimo para la gente que se perdió de la entrada en Circle o de las entradas en Circle. Recuerden que esto solamente bajó la segunda vez cuando compramos acá en 50, 52 para ser exactos, y vendimos acá arriba. Volvió a bajar, pero no nos dio el mismo 50, ¿no? Bajó a 58, 57. ¿Qué es lo que sigue? Pues puedes ver perfectamente los niveles en mi tabla. Está rechazando el promedio del 21. Estás justamente en este nivel importante en el 88. Tiene que decirte y darte la idea de que va a continuar bajando. ¿Qué es lo que seguiría ahorita? Simplemente un retesteo de esta zona en los 75 para continuar, subirse por acá y eventualmente subir a estos niveles y regresar a retestear esta zona de los 120. El siguiente objetivo van a ser por ahí de los 100, 109, pero por ahora donde tiene sentido es más o menos estar entre 75 y 80. Yo diría 75, ponerte exquisito y no tener cierres por debajo de 60 semanales. Si empiezas a ver cierres semanales por debajo de 60, pues vas a poder agregar más ahí. Entonces ahí haz tu plan, pero esto debería de continuar un poco con lo que estás viendo con cripto. Y también tienes divergencias alcistas en la semanal, en la de 2 semanas, y se ve bastante bien, ¿no? Después de estos fondillos tienes este bajo, un bajo más alto, y pues a ver si puedes hacer después de este bajo más bajo, tuviste un alto más alto, después tuviste un bajo más alto, deberías de continuar y eventualmente venir a retestear esta zona para romperla. La primera cosa que vas a hacer para confirmarlo es romper esta línea de tendencia que viene desde el de septiembre acá, que se junta con mayo, y una vez que revientes esta zona, más o menos por ahí de los $125, vas a tener confirmación de que compraste muy chingón. Por ahora, de todas maneras, se ve bastante bien. Esto ha tenido un Pomsky bastante fuerte. Entonces, la zona de 75 a 80 es donde tiene cara que vas a poder acumular un poco más de circle antes de continuar a la alza. Para una pregunta enorme que me hace Trading 7. Estimado, preguntas, muchas cosas, ¿no? Pero para la gente, esta es otra cosa que me preguntan muchísimos de ustedes todavía. ¿Qué es esto? Esto es el rendimiento de los bonos a 10 años, ¿ok? 10 años. Y pueden ver que esta tabla, la voy a poner en la trimestral solamente para hacerme la vida más fácil, ¿ok? Pueden ver que desde acá, en el 2007, no habíamos estado en estos niveles, ¿no? Habíamos caído todo este tiempo y básicamente han estado subiendo. Estos son los retornos. El bono en sí, el bono en sí, el valor del bono está cayendo. Cuando el valor del bono cae, el rendimiento del bono sube. ¿Por qué? Porque si nadie quiere comprar bonos, que es lo que está pasando aquí, tengo que ofrecerte un mejor retorno para que los compres. Por eso sube el yield. Eso es una cosa que tiene que quedar clara para todos ustedes. Preguntas, ¿no? Ahora que a partir de enero del 2027 entra en vigor la legislación relacionada con los stablecoins, una de las expectativas una expectativa es que incremente la demanda por bonos del tesoro a corto plazo. ¿Por qué dices, voy a tomar un paréntesis, ¿por qué a corto plazo y no a largo plazo? Y a corto plazo es 2 años, 1 año, 6 meses, 9 meses, 3 meses, 30 días, 60 días. Y no a largo plazo. La ley Genius está diciendo que tienes que comprar instrumentos a corto y una de las expectativas es que incremente la demanda por bonos de tesorería a corto plazo. Si ese escenario se materializa, no es que si se materializa, es literalmente una ley, pero bueno, no me queda claro cómo ves el comportamiento de los bonos a 10, 20 y 30 años. En la primera pasada mencionaste, ok, ¿por qué si van a comprar deuda a corto plazo, como el 1 año, 2 años, ¿no? Aquí, que están viendo acá, son estos, que también están aquí arriba. ¿Por qué va a afectar a la deuda de 10 y 30 años? Porque lo que ocurre, mi estimado, es cuando tienes una alta demanda y una alta rotación de estos bonos a corto plazo, el gobierno se financia básicamente ilimitadamente ¿Qué es? La trampa de la deuda que le están teniendo a todos ustedes, ¿no? El gobierno piensa todavía endeudarse más y lo va a hacer a través de esto. Entonces, el gobierno piensa endeudarse más, pero a corto plazo. Antes tenía que ofrecer larga duración y tenía que emitir muchísima larga duración, 10, 20, 30 años, para poder financiarse sin preocuparse porque no había la demanda de bonos a corto plazo en Estados Unidos que va a haber ahora. ¿Qué pasa cuando aumentas la demanda a corto plazo a niveles infinitos? Porque es lo que ha hecho Tether. Tether es el ejemplo perfecto de cuánto varo han hecho, cuánto varo se hace cuando haces eso. Cuando aumentas la demanda a corto plazo, de tesorería a corto plazo infinitamente, ya no tienes que emitir la misma cantidad de bonos a 10, 20 y 30 años. Ya los puedes literalmente reducir esa oferta por muchísimo, porque ya no la necesitas para financiarte. Entonces, esa oferta de bonos a 10, 20, 30 años, la oferta se reduce, eso quiere decir la emisión de esos bonos se reduce y eso hace que se vuelvan más codiciados en fondos de pensiones y todos estos fondos gigantescos que quieren cierta estabilidad. Por eso también hay una demanda que la emisión de bonos, por eso te están diciendo ahorita que van a comprar el doble de estos bonos y la verga, para hacerte pensar que todo eso va a valer verga. Pero la emisión de bonos a 10, 20 y 30 años también va a ser reducida y va a crear una demanda gigantesca por aquellos fondos de pensiones y otros fondos que usen, que requieran estabilidad en sus portafolios. Por eso. Y luego te conté que TMF y VT vas a aprovechar. Básicamente es esto. TLT, que es literalmente el bono sobre el valor, no el rendimiento, de 20 años en Estados Unidos estén bajos que no habías visto literalmente casi nunca, ¿no? En 25 años. TLT, si llega a subir ahorita, que es este ETF, sin apalancamiento del bono a 20 años, harías el doble, ¿no? De tu dinero. No es gran cosa, pero si estás haciendo un hedge, una protección en contra de la gran bajada, qué chingón. Los instrumentos que te di, como TMF, es literalmente 3 veces el apalancamiento. Esto no te lo recomiendo. Yo no tocaría este. Por más que la subida sea un mega subidón, no lo recomiendo porque la dilución es más grande. VT es solamente a 2X. Entonces, VT es apalancamiento a 2X sobre el bono a 20 años. Y esto te daría, si llegaras al nivel alto, no vas a llegar acá, yo creo que vas a llegar más o menos por acá, a este punto. Te daría un 141%, que en el otro te hubiera dado un 40%. Esto es lo que comprarías. La cosa es, yo no compro nada apalancado, nada. Y no lo estoy recomendando y jamás se los recomiendo. La razón por qué ustedes saben que me gustan a mí mis tablas, entenderlas, veo mis ETFs y todo esto, lo uso cuando lo veo por un rato. Nunca he usado esto. Esto lo acabo de voltear a ver la semana pasada o la clase pasada. Pero si los bonos van a empezar a tener esa demanda, TLT debe de subir y por ende esta mamada debería empezar a subir. ¿Cuándo? ¿Quién sabe? Y esa es la cosa. Pero esto está en bajos históricos, para que tengas un poco de contexto. Ok, Alex, we're ready for whatever I fucking sent you. I forgot.
Orca.
Oh, yeah, ORC. And it's for an investment, right?
Yeah, nice. I understand why. I mean, new chart, slightly relative, I guess, 2021. Majority of the time, it's been on a downtrend. You've been on like a multi-year kind of consolidation chop zone. And you have to be really wondering if this is consolidation here before expansion.
Wait, no. It's Orchid. It's ORC. Oh, my God.
ORC. Oh, okay, perfect.
It's in terrible news. There you go.
Man, if only it was Orca.
I know.
Fuck.
Damn it.
All right. No worries. Yeah, not a good chart, but fine. We'll look at it for an investment. And like I always say, preface with these charts, just because it's making a new low, we're testing near a 52-week low, doesn't mean it needs to be on anyone's radar to invest. But let's see, as I put these lines on, let's kind of see what we're dealing with. And of course, you need a cheeky line at the all-time low. Nice. So it seems like we're just in the middle of a range. There's absolutely no decisiveness for bulls here at all. There's no decision going up. You're just literally moving down after producing a lower high, meaning if this is the next lower high, the only move next is a lower low at $5. It's $5.69 for the culture. Where to invest if you want to be an investor. So maybe you're someone and you're looking at maybe like this, like a inverse head and shoulders, maybe on the monthly. That would mean that you need to get a bounce essentially at $6. You should not take out the low at $5.69. So if you're going to be someone running with this idea, you're just in invalidation line in the sand is the all-time low. If this takes out the all-time low at all, and ideally remember you're bidding $6, so it's like you have, like a 30-cent loss here, risk to reward. Then yeah, this is going to definitely break lower. And I mean, let's see if HPDR tells us any measured moves here would be around $5. So that would be the lower low. Until then, I mean, even the median kind of agrees with this idea. Maybe test that monthly median, bi-monthly median, and then moves up. That's really the only bullish play I could think of. And the idea would be that's like a bottom reversing pattern. But remember, there's not much else saying that bulls are in control here. Consistent lower highs, lower lows, and even simply rejections off the monthly 5. I mean, this isn't strong. You'd be better off, in my opinion, I believe, just waiting for at minimum a monthly 9 reclaim and then just being an investor to the next moving average. That would be like to the 21. And that would be a 31% bounce. But yeah, this is not really in an investment zone. And if you have to trade it, that's all I really see is a trade. But investment on this, there's just better places to park your money. I'm trying to see if I can get anything else, anything worth actually talking about. I mean, the issue is the monthly event's in a deviation of the 5. You've just retested it. Again, measured move down to like 570 to $6. Cool. It's like great. The weekly is holding the 9, but we've been here many times before, and simply the 21 rejects. And that's why then, like, okay, maybe the weekly can actually give us something here. If you want to be an investor, I would just be an investor above $8. It's terrible to say because that means you have to at least bounce over 30%. Or okay, 25%. My apologies. But yeah, I would say that would be a more confirmation trade, and then at minimum you could move up maybe to like $11, to maybe even closer to like 10. But yeah, this is very hard for me to find any kind of investment. You have low volatility, so that's kind of a good point for maybe the inverse head and shoulders might play out. But understand that this could definitely just fire to the downside and make this closer to $5. So be fully aware of what's occurring on ORC. It's not at all strong. Yes, you could argue inverse head and shoulders on like a bi-monthly, maybe a monthly. But even the monthly is potentially in a breakdown, testing the monthly 5. Only way to become bullish on this truly is if it gets back above $8.50. Now you're in a weekly SMA 200 reclaim and even a monthly buy trigger and potentially even in a monthly uptrend. That's a good spot actually to become bullish if you're looking for like a breakout trade. Until then, if you're an investor here, you're literally throwing a dart in the darkness, hoping it sticks to something. Not a good thing. And really investors, well, that thought they caught a bottom here and here and here have so far suffered. So at least wait for the confirmation. And that's why I think even when you're in investing, you can have like confirmations. And you don't need to just be like a dead investor with just only throwing your money at something that just really burns it. So $8.50 is your big line in the sand to become bull. You're watching for maybe an inverse head and shoulders pattern here, questionable. Really, in all honesty, the all-time low has to hold. You're watching for a bounce around $6. That bounce has to take you back above $8.50, or then that could maybe give you a move up to around $10 to like $12. So that's all I have on ORC. No, it's not the best analysis here, but that's what you get when you're in multi-month downtrends trying to find a bottom.
Thank you so much, senor. Yeah, absolutely fucking god awful. Mr. Farjano, can you please do a trade for Ethereum real quick so we can let you guys go?
Let me share my screen.
Ahorita hago ORC. que por cierto es una mierda de tabla. Solamente para que estemos en la misma página. All right, sir. All you for a trade.
We'll start with the weekly real quick. Get a little quick look at that. Weekly is still flipped up on Ethereum, entering into the bullish control zone now. This closure was 22.64, 22, and this closure is at 24.62. So there is no longer a possibility of any hidden bearish divergence here. It's cool that Ethereum has done this, but Bitcoin has not yet, or Bitcoin still has that possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Maybe Ethereum is giving you a little look-ski into the future, because Ethereum's already taken out that last lower high. And you got a weekly bicycle on the jewel as well, with the pink crossing over the yellow. And weekly did also give you a closure over the 50%, and as of now you are hovering right around that 50%. You close ever so slightly below the 200 SMA, and you are still in between the 55 and the 200. And let's see what else. Let's go a little lower, go to the 5-day. All right. 5-day also flipped up. Volatility is expanding from extreme lows, almost 0%. And 5-day also gave you a closure over the 50%. This would, once you can clear 25.50, which is your 200 SMA, gives you a move into the 78.6, which right now is just below $3,000. And the weekly 78.6 is right around that $3,000 level as well. 3-day is also giving you multiple rejections of this 200, very close to a silver cross here. Maybe 2 more closes before they do cross, and then you likely will get some busting action on that cross. 2 days ranging in between. I gotta change this again. Hovering right around the 200 SMA, and you're getting a fresh silver cross as well. Momentum still flipped up on the 2-day. You are approaching the moving average now, with volatility very close to going into contraction. Daily currently flipping down, approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. You are now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows while price is making a higher low, and you are right at the bottom of the 38.2%, which is currently at 2,416. Mm. 12 are also at that bottom 38.2%, also putting in hidden bullish divergence. 4 hour about to lose the 9. You do have about 2.5 hours left to go. If this does lose the 9, this will activate that 4-hour short setup, which then gets closed whenever you close back over the 9. The whole PM is if you can close back over the 9, and then all will be happy and good in the world. But if you do close below the 9, this is likely going to dump a little lower. And let's check the RSI. Ethereum. Okie dokie. Let me reset this. There we go. Zoom in on this. The weekly doesn't have bullish divergence like Bitcoin does, but you do have a little inverted herp up here on the RSI, inverted head and shoulders, and they are more effective on momentum oscillators than they are on price action. And you're very close to the bullish control zone, which currently sits at around $2,600. 5 days already in the bullish control zone. That sits at 23.80. That is going to be your support, right around your 55. Mm. 2-day simple moving average is at 23. What's your 3-day 55? 21. 12 hours about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any closure below $2,483, and this will give you a move down to about 2,300, right around your 12-hour 9. I know this is not 12-hour 9. I gotta change this. I don't know why these settings keep changing. I wish there was a way to opt out of the updates. 5, 9, 100, 21, 55. There we go. Okie dokie. 8-hour also has bearish divergence. You've already hit the easy target. Now your next target is going to be the neutral zone. That level sits at about 2387. And you are now putting in, I believe, possibility of this closes at 2442. So there's still some possibility if you didn't bullish divergence. But you are now taking close to taking out, I believe, or you actually are taking out the lows from this low as well. Nothing there. Check out momentum. All right. Weekly is flipped up as long as you're closing over 1985 with volatility currently expanding from basically extreme lows, and you got a drip of life, and you're breaking into the bullish control zone now. And you've got bullish divergence as well on the weekly. 5 days also flipped up as long as you're closing over 2122 with the volatility expanding. 2 days also flipped up with volatility expanding for many periods of 0%. And it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 2206. Daily is flipped down as long as you're closing below 2469. Nice number with volatility starting to contract. And 12 hours still flipped down as long as you're closing below. 4 hours still flipped down as long as you're closing below 2503. Let's go to the 12 hour for a second. Did I not just change the settings? There we go. And 12 hours about to lose the 9. It just closes in about 6 hours. And if it does close below that 9, then any move into the 9 will be a trigger for a short. And then at that point, you'll have your stop loss at this current high, and you're going to be aiming for about 2300. So that would be, but that only comes if you get a closure below that 9. That'd be about 4% against you, and then 2300 is around like 6%. Although that wouldn't be your main TP. The main one is going to be around this 55 EMA at that 2150 to 2200 level. Although it's not the best trade, and it only comes with a closure below the 9. And once you get the closure, it's possible that you're going to be felt far below that 9. So I wouldn't want to take that short. I'm more leaning towards if you get a move into on the daily into that 21 right around like 2300, then I would long that. Although I wouldn't take this short here personally. Although there is a short setup. If you lose the 9 EMA on a closing basis, then you would short any move into the 9 around 2460, and then you have your stop at 2567, and then you'd be aiming. Well, you can do 2569 just for the funsies, and then you'd be aiming for about 2200 from there. Personally, I would rather just wait for the long at 23 around 2300 to 2150, and then from there I'd be aiming for retest of these current highs. And if you were to go by the HPDR, then your next level would be somewhere just below 3000 at like 2900, and also lines up with a lot of your bullish divergences. But based off of this upward trend, I'd rather just stick with that trend and wait for the easy long rather than trying to chase the short. But the short is there.
Thank you, senor. Anything else you guys like to say before you go? I haven't been staring much at this.
Nothing really on my end. Watch 76K. That's really it. And understand that as long as 76K holds, even if, let's say, the daily breaks yesterday's low or that higher low, August 26th, it's all about 76K. 76K will be the phase two of my shorts, right? Daily trend shift, 76K loss, then we can short. Until then, there's no shorting, and I believe an all-time high is brewing on Bitcoin in this current range, and that should take us around 83, 84K.
Yeah,
So
and I agree.
Farhan,
I have the same number, 76,000 to the downside, and to the upside around 78 on the medium term, short term around 78.3. Once we can start getting back over 78.3, then I think this will start accelerating back towards 80,000.
yeah. It also just seems like it got people very scared with the stupid things that they told them today. So should be fun.
Jackson's hole was very bloody and angusy today.
That's right. All righty. You boys enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much.
Muchas
Yes, I'll see you
gracias.
boys on lunes. Happy viernes.
Happy viernes.
Feliz fin de semana.
Hasta luego, señores. Thank you.
Hasta luego. Coach Loco out.
Vientos. Les voy a dar rápido lo de Ethereum, ¿no? Que estamos esperando para un trade. Aquí obviamente tienes probabilidad más grande, ¿no? De un corto. El problema es tu invalidación está ya muy lejos. Acá el trade más sencillo sería básicamente, si vienes en la de 12 horas, a buscar el 34. Si vienes a buscar el 34, aquí tienes un long con esta invalidación en los 2224, básicamente. Por ahora, si volteas a ver Ethereum en... También la de 2 semanas, ¿no? Dame un segundito. En la de 2 semanas puedes ver cómo el RSI está por encima del promedio. No lo habías visto ahí antes desde octubre del 2025. Estás por encima del promedio. También en el MACD y volatilidad está dándote un setup de volatilidad, pero todavía nada confirmado. En la semanal ya te lo confirmó. En la semanal tienes un setup de volatilidad bastante fuerte a la alza. Tienes el RSI simplemente dándose la vuelta un poquito en lo que estás viendo justamente a Ethereum presionar en contra del promedio del 100 y el 200 en la semanal. Y por ende, el trade más grande y el long más espectacular de todo sería obviamente que caigas a donde está el 34, pero se ve difícil la cosa. En la diaria estás justamente ante el promedio del 9. No lo habías tocado desde que tuviste el breakout el 19 de agosto, literalmente hace 10 días. Y esta podría ser la zona que aguante. Si no es la zona que aguante, básicamente vas a querer buscar este 34 en las 12 horas para el trade agresivo en long, o el más livianillo sería básicamente el 21 en la diaria. Cualquiera de los dos debería de aguantar y esta zona no debería de reventarse a la baja, la de los 2200. Esto es como el equivalente de 74 o 75 en Bitcoin, que es lo que debería de aguantar para seguir continuando si es que se llega a dar, ¿no? Porque si lo piensan de cierta forma, a menos de que lo vayan a tirar ahorita o algo así, ya te dieron las peores noticias. Ya saben ahora lo bajista que es el mercado, porque ¿cómo van a subir los intereses? Y pues sí, es básicamente eso, cómo se ve en Ethereum. Puedes entrar en corto, si quieres entrar en corto para ver si funciona, tienes menos probabilidades por lo que te estamos diciendo de la, ¿cómo se dice? De cómo se ve la semanal, etcétera, pero esperarías probablemente entrarlo más cerca a la parte alta de esta vela, por ahí de los 2500, 2400, porque ahorita tu invalidación está muy lejos, que es esta, está a 5%. Puedes rifarte, pero ¿qué tanto puede tener este movimiento? Puede que ya hayamos visto lo peor del movimiento. Ahorita estoy viendo a muchísima gente en X poner, ven, les dije, esto solamente era bla, bla, bla. Y pues tristemente no tiene sentido alguno. Pero lo puedes jugar. El long está, de nuevo, en la de 12 horas, el long tranquilo, ¿no? Lo tienes en tu promedio del 34 acá en 2270. Y en la diaria en 2332. A mí me gustaría más si me llegara a dar esto. Ya les di mi movida en Bitcoin, eso sería para tu buen long y ahí tendrías que buscar cómo invalidarlo. Probablemente la tabla de 4 horas es lo que te dé Sí, exactamente. La gatada de invalidación está en $100 abajo. ¿Y eso es cuánto en Ethereum? Un 4%. O sea, la misma que la del corto. El peor es la tendencia. Estás en una tendencia alcista. La otra cosa es que ya se llevó este mínimo que es bastante bueno. La única cosa chingona para los cortos que están ya dentro de esto es, puta, ojalá y te lleves esto para darles a los cortos dinero y a los longs la oportunidad de entrar para la subida. En la de 4 horas, un poco de confluencia con lo que dice Farhano, tienes el promedio del 100 también aquí en los 2260. Eso se ve como una mega zona de oportunidad si te los llega a dar este fin de semana. Con Bitcoin siguen parados en lo mismo, ¿no? Nada nuevo. Básicamente viendo entre la de 8 horas, el promedio del 34, que debe aguantar por acá en los 75, 12 horas, el promedio del 21 en los 75,800. Y yo soy comprador en 76,100 y 75,100 de long. Aquí. Son las órdenes que tengo puestas. A ver si me las da. Esta todavía no me la da. No sé por qué la dibujé tan arriba. Es 76,100. Está aquí abajo. En esto. 76,100. Más o menos aquí. Por aquí. Y 75,100. Y lo voy a jugar a liquidación. Eso quiere decir que puedo bajar en un 20x si mi promedio está, digamos, por acá, choteadón. No veo por qué no me dejo hacer eso. Puedo equivocarme hasta el 71. Eso para mí es suficiente. Abajo es 76 para Alex. Es bajista y puedes el retesteo de 76 hacerle corto. Para Farhano tiene que ser 72. Hasta que llegues a 72 es donde te pones finito con tus cortos, ¿no? Si es que llegas a perderlo y después volver a retomarlo. Pero esto tiene más cara de long que nada y ahorita esto es si tienes un corto acá tienes que pensar muy bien en qué tan extraordinario se va a poner esto, ¿no? Qué tan excelente va a ser el movimiento, porque es muy obvio. No me gusta cuando Bitcoin es obvio, ustedes lo saben. Por eso prefiero ahorita los longs, pero si tienen cortos, no. Lo único que yo diría es no se pongan, ¿cómo se dice? Avaros. No se pongan avaros con ellos, ¿ok? Pero ahí lo tienen. Orc, voy a regresar a esta cosa. Esta tabla, mi estimado, se ve de la verga. Está muy cabrón poder saber dónde va a acabar la fiesta, pero no va a acabar bien. Tienes una tabla que literalmente la voy a poner en la mensual. Solamente va para abajo. Estas tablas para invertir, cachar un fondo, tío, estás literalmente adivinando. Y ahí lo que tienes tú que saber es, 1, va a quebrar, 2, es bienes raíces. Uf. ¿Va a quebrar o no? Esa es la pregunta del millón. ¿Por qué? Está haciendo, después de este alto, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, y el siguiente movimiento debería darte uno más para abajo. Sí, no te has llevado todavía esto, pero es a propósito en cómo se puso la tabla. Lo mejor que puedes hacer es sencillamente esperar a llevarte estos altos. Si te quieres rifar a comprar, ¿no? Como enfermo y decir, no, güey, es que en esto yo creo y no va a irse a cero, no va a caer 50% más, porque recuerda, de donde estás aquí, a la mitad de esta vela es 8%, al fondo de esta vela es 14%. Podrías comprar aquí y decir, este es el mínimo, y puedes agregar, esto es lo que yo hago en pendejadas como las que estoy, ¿no? Que quiero cachar un cuchillo, que no se debería de hacer. Es básicamente decir, compro aquí y compro aquí. Y si se llega a caer de esto, me salgo, porque entonces va a caer mucho más. Y ahí tu riesgo va a ser como de 10%. Si estás promediando, digamos, aquí, 13%. Si estás dispuesto a perderlo, ahí está. Si no lo quieres eliminar y quieres continuar, tío, esto podría tranquilamente simplemente hacer nuevos bajos, porque este bajo es más alto que este y continúas para abajo. La tendencia es claramente para abajo. Si quieres ser más precavido y no tienes por qué intentar hacer trillones de dólares, simplemente esperar a tener un cierre por encima de esto, que ya te pone por arriba del diario del 100, probablemente en ese entonces el 200 esté más cerca y puedas empezar a crear una nueva estructura alcista. Ahorita no la tienes, simplemente continúa siendo bajista y no tiene cara de que va a parar. No tienes divergencias alcistas. Tienes entre este y este punto, pero no es. Para poder confirmarlas, tienes que cerrar por encima de $7 en la semanal. Eso quiere decir que no tienes nada. Tienes posibilidad de. No tienes la divergencia. Igual en la de 2 semanas no tienes nada. No, no se ve bien orc, honestamente. Estás tradeando en BLOFIN. Quiero saber si estoy participando. Si usaste nuestro enlace para registrarte, estás participando. Y puedes hacerlo con tradeando Solana, tradeando en cualquier cosa, pero USDT o USDC son los que te deja usar. Puedes ver que esta cosa que estás preguntando de FOR, esto salió en el 2008, tuviste su primera caída de casi 90% y esa es obviamente la caída más significante de todas porque tienes el alto más alto y el bajo más bajo. Desde entonces, ponte tú, en el 2020 tuviste una caída de 60%. Ahorita has tenido una caída de 55% y ahorita estás justamente en medio del rango. Lo que yo diría aquí es esto, 40% tendría sentido. Esperarte a ver si te da los $24, esta zona. Aunque todavía no te sales de... Bueno, no, en realidad sí. Estás pintando estructura alcista en la trimestral. Déjame rápido, me apoyo. Con estas chingaderas no tienes ningún tipo de divergencia ahí, pero no está de esperarse. Vamos a ver en la semanal. Semanal te está dando a punto de dar un cero de volatilidad, tiene más cara de que quiere bajar que no. Estás en un gran rango. El RSI es momentum apuntando para abajo, volatilidad está neutral, o sea, preparando un cero potente. MACD es bajista. Tiene cara que primero va para abajo antes de continuar para arriba, que eso es bueno para ti, pero eventualmente va a continuar para arriba. Eventualmente va a continuar para arriba, brother. Yo usaría esto en total, toda esta tendencia, como la referencia. ¿Por qué? Porque esta es una madre que ranguea todo el tiempo. Puedes ver que si compras la parte baja del rango y vendes la parte alta del rango, siempre haces dinero. Y yo me imaginaría que esto va a ser aquí, en este nuevo rango. ¿Lo puedes ver? No tienes que ser un genio para poder entender esto. Y justamente esto es la mitad de tu rango. Estás en la mitad del rango. Yo compraría cada vez que venga aquí. Si llega a bajar todavía por acá de los 21, ahí agregaría y te sales aquí en los 18. Y simplemente vender la parte alta del rango, porque aquí estuviste del 2008 hasta el 2023. O sea, esta madre le gusta estar en el mismo nivel, no sé qué sea, pero normalmente el comportamiento de estas cosas, el comportamiento de Bitcoin es muy parecido, ¿no? Todo el tiempo. Cada 4 años tiene su bajón, luego tiene sus subidas, luego tiene sus bajones, luego tiene sus subidas. Es lo mismo en estas cosas. Aquí el promedio del 21, el retesteo de esta zona aquí abajo, es donde quieres comprar hasta este soporte de acá, en los 21.70. Serían buenas entradas. Y simplemente deshacerte de él en los 40. Bitcoin sigue viendo muy bien en todas las temporalidades. Vamos a ver qué vergas va a pasar. Pero, buen divertido mercado. Mínimo tenemos movimiento de estas chingaderas. Buen mercado rojo el día de hoy, ¿no? Algo rojillo. Pero no para inteligencia artificial, sí. Nvidia, algo bajón. A Meta ya vi que le están haciendo videos de esta es la caída de Meta y nunca se va a recuperar, lo que es probablemente bueno. Sí, estás en la parte baja del rango. Probablemente Meta vaya a hacer algo. Sí, nada fuera de lo normal. Hemos tenido, esto me encanta de la gente. Tienes pumps enormes, ¿no? Por un rato, no lo voy a poner en la semanal, en la mensual, pero en la semanal tienes pumps por un rato y tantito que baja. ¡Ay, qué está pasando! Lo mismo con Bitcoin, ¿no? Ah, Lucid, 4.98, sigue jugando en los rangos pendejos. Está haciendo el hombro, cabeza, hombro inverso delicioso. Acá. ¡Qué hueva, Rivian! Hablemos de un rango, vean esto. Pero eso quiere decir que pronto te va a dar el movimiento, ¿no? No te está dando nada el gráfico. Está literalmente en medio de todo. Nada. Nada, tíos. Es que no hay nada en estas tablas. Apple reventando. Es que van a sacar su nuevo iPhone. Lo único que vas a tener que hacer para comprar el nuevo iPhone de Apple, va a ser tener 30 millones de dólares en el banco. O lo puedes sacar a financiamiento. Es todo lo que tenemos el día de hoy, damas y caballeros. No hay más, no hay más. Voy a ir a ver coches para mi mujer. Me voy de aquí, déjame prendo bien la luz. Me voy, nos vamos. Feliz viernes a todos ustedes. Espero que la hayan pasado bien estas 4 horas y media. Todo continúa igual, ¿no? Siempre y cuando, algo importante para muchos de ustedes en quedarse es, si donde yo busco oportunidades es donde encuentro mentiras con la realidad. Y la más grande mentira del planeta es que la inflación de verdad es un fenómeno en sí, no es literalmente en este punto artificialmente creada por las empresas grandes y por los fondos que las fondean ilimitadamente. El mejor ejemplo que les puedo dar es lo de Elon Musk. ¿Cómo te atreves a subir precios de algo que no tiene demanda, güey? Tienes una tercera parte, 33% de ventas menos que el año pasado, pero vas a subir precios. Tiene sentido. No, bro, es que subieron los precios de todo, entonces él tiene que subir los precios. Pero si nadie lo está comprando, brother, no puede subir los precios. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. Ahí lo tienen. Esa mentira tan grande que le están diciendo a todos y que van a continuar subiendo los tipos, ¿no? Sabiendo lo que viene en enero del 2027. Y lo que no sabemos es, y tienen que saber esto, porque a fin de cuentas ellos controlan todo. El día que digan, ok, ya listos, vámonos a comer mierda, es cuando vamos a comer mierda. Entonces tenemos que ver, porque utilizan FOMO antes de que vayas a comer mierda y utilizan miedo antes de que tengas que vender todo. Entonces, simplemente vamos a seguir jugando el mismo juego. Yo sigo con lo mismo. Personalmente, creo que efectivamente vimos el fondo en Bitcoin y creo que vamos a tener un ciclo, un super ciclo, un ciclo alargado, extendido, simplemente porque extendieron política monetaria. Después vendrá el cambio y después tendrás un completo nuevo comportamiento en cripto, lo que te llevará a cosas ridículas en cripto. Pero también no estoy descartando la posibilidad de que al meter todo el dinero en cripto continúe subiendo y que todo baje. No lo puedo descartar, pero no sé qué tan realista es eso. Depende de la rapidez con la que suba cripto en estos días. Si es que sigue subiendo, si no, y nos vamos a $45,000, felicidades a toda la gente que dijo que sí, nos íbamos a $45,000. Vale, nos vemos el lunes. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos, cuídense mucho y gracias por estar aquí, tíos. Hasta la próxima.